Hi, I'm Abba Shapiro, and I'd like to welcome you to Adobe Premiere Pro CS6 Essential Training. In this course, I'll take you through the entire process creating a complete video program using Adobe's most advanced video editing software, Premiere Pro CS6. I'll not only show you editing basics, but you'll see how to use Premiere's completely redefined trimming tools to make precise cuts. You'll also see how to use the audio mixing tool to create a perfectly balanced soundtrack. I'll show you some of the best practices when importing pictures, graphics, and Photoshop files into Premiere Pro. And then, I'll show you how to adjust and animate photographs to bring your program to life. We'll be covering all these basics, plus plenty of other advanced techniques, such as creating the perfect chroma key using the Ultra Keyer, and smoothing out shaky footage with Premiere's brand new warp stabilizer. Now, let's get started with Adobe Premiere Pro CS6. If you're a premium member of the lynda.com online training library, or if you're watching this tutorial on a DVD, you have access to the exercise files used throughout the title. To use these exercise files, simply open up the folder on your desktop, and you'll see a folder for each chapter of the course. Inside each of these folders is a project file which some of the movies may refer to. When you first launch these movies, you may be greeted with a dialog box that asks you where the original media is. Now, we've stored the original media along with the exercise files inside a folder named Media. Go ahead and click on the Media folder, click on Display Only Exact Name Matches, and you'll see that Avocado will be the only one that isn't grayed out. Select it and click Open. Since all the media is located in one folder, all of it will get reconnected after you select the first clip. Now, if you're working on an older machine that might not have an accelerated graphics card or GPU, you may get a warning dialog. That's okay. The projects will work equally well on machines with and without an advanced graphics card. Your rendering just may be a little bit slower. So you can just dismiss that dialog box, and don't worry, these projects will work exactly the same way, except that it may be a little bit slower on your older machines. If you're not a premium subscriber to lynda.com, you don't have access to the exercise files, but you can follow along from scratch with your own assets. Let's get started. When you first launch the application, which, if you're on a Macintosh, you may have put the application in your dock, and on a Windows machine, you may have it in your taskbar. If not, check your Applications folder. Now, when you click on Premiere Pro, you'll be greeted by this dialog box. Now, Help is pretty obvious, but the other two I'll cover quickly. If you click on Open Project, you can actually dig down and find previous projects that you may have worked on and launch them from there. It's probably a lot easier just to click on the original project file, and you'll bypass this screen altogether. In the upper left-hand corner are the recent projects that you may have worked on, and if you've played with Premiere Pro prior to watching this course, you may have a list of some of the projects that you created. What I want to focus on is what happens when you click on New Project. And there's only a couple of things that you need to change. The first thing you need to be aware of is under Video Rendering and Playback, there may be an option that lets you choose between the Mercury Playback Engine GPU acceleration, or just Mercury Playback Engine software only. If you have an older video card or a video card that doesn't quite meet the necessary specs for hardware acceleration, this will be grayed out because your only choice is software. The bottom line is you shouldn't change this at all because Premiere Pro will by default select the fastest solution. The only other thing you may be a little bit worried about is capture format if you're not working in DV or HDV, but again, you can ignore this because all this does is tell the application what format you might be using if you need to capture from tape. We actually explore this in more detail in the Capturing Video section of this course. The only two things you really need to focus on is where you want to save your project file and what you want to call it. You can click on the Browse button and select the location where your project file should be saved. By default, it's going to save it in the last location that you saved your previous project. For now, I'm going to save it on my desktop so I can easily throw it away when I'm done recording this movie. So I'm going to click on Browse, choose Desktop, and press Choose. Once that's been defined, go ahead and give your project a name. You shouldn't leave it as Untitled, otherwise you'll have dozens and dozens of programs all over your computer named Untitled, and you won't be able to find the one you're looking for. So I'm going to call this Introduction to Premiere and press OK. It's this dialog box that at first may seem a little scary, but don't panic. All it's really doing is asking you to choose the settings for the sequence that you're going to edit your footage into. And guess what? If you press Cancel, you'll be able to automatically generate a sequence that matches your video clips with a simple click and drag. If you know you do have to edit to a specific format that's different from the footage that you have, you can go ahead and drill through this list and select that. But to get started, let's go ahead and click Cancel and get into learning more about Adobe Premiere Pro. And now you're greeted with the Premiere Pro interface. And we're going to explore this interface in the next movie. In this movie, we're going to take a quick look at the interface for Adobe Premiere Pro 6. Now, first off, your screen may look different than my screen for a couple of reasons. First of all, the resolution on my screen is pretty low, so you can actually see everything in this movie. It's 1280 by 720. And your screen may be a lot larger, so the icons may appear smaller and you actually may see more detail. But don't worry about that. If you want, you can just sit back and watch and see where everything is. If you've played with Premiere Pro prior to watching this movie, you may have moved some things around already and it may not match. In that case, you may want to go up to the Window drop-down menu under Workspace and select Reset Current Workspace. This is really useful if you've moved things around anyway and you want to get back to the default setting. Now that we've gotten that all cleared up, let's take a look at the interface for Adobe Premiere Pro 6. Let me quickly go through the 4 main areas of the interface. In the upper left-hand corner is your source monitor. And this is where you'll decide the in points and out points of your clips, for instance, where a clip may start and end, because you'll probably be shooting a lot more video than you'll be putting into your timeline. As you move over to the right is your program monitor. Now, this is exactly what your viewer sees. This is your finished show. So if you've done any kind of compositing, in this case, the narrator, which we've put over a generic background because she was shot on green screen, and as I play my video in my timeline, this will update. Now, the timeline is directly underneath the source monitor, and as you see, there's a variety of colored clips here, lines that say video 1, 2, and 3, and audio 1 and 2. The timeline, or sometimes referred to as your sequence, is basically a graphical view of your program from beginning to end, where everything on the left is the beginning of the show and everything on the right is the end of the show. And if I press the space bar to play the timeline, you'll see that the program monitor will update and show me exactly what my viewer will see.
The sun, and it's literally lighting up their lives.
Now, as we continue clockwise around the interface, on the far left corner is your project pane. And this is where all your media is stored, as well as copies of your sequences or your timeline. Now, you also may be noticing that in each of these 4 primary areas, there's additional tabs. This one, as you can see, it says Project Interface, Media Browser, Info, Effects, and then I start running out of space. If you're using a higher resolution monitor, you may not be running out of space, but I want to point out something that's very useful. Right above each of the tabs in each of the quadrants is a little slider bar, and I can move this slider left and right to see more areas that may be obscured because my resolution is smaller. And you'll notice this is available not only in the lower left pane, but in every pane that has a variety of tabs. Now, we'll look at customizing the Adobe Premiere Pro 6 interface in a later movie, but this gives you an idea of the 4 main areas. There's a couple of other things I just want to point out before we get started, and we'll go into a lot more detail as we cover each one of these locations as we're learning to edit. On the far right are your audio meters, and you'll notice when I play by hitting the space bar, I can actually see the volume levels or the decibel levels of the program that I'm creating. To the left of the sequence are a variety of icons, which are your tools. Now, if you've ever worked in almost any other piece of software, even word processing programs, you know you can switch to different tools to accomplish different tasks. And as we learn to edit, we'll go over what each tool means. You'll also notice underneath the source and the program windows are a series of buttons. And this is just like working a DVD player where you can play, stop, rewind, go to the beginning of the show, and we'll go over these buttons throughout the course. But for now, you should have a general sense of navigating and what each of these windows do in Adobe Premiere Pro 6. One thing I love about the Adobe Premiere Pro 6 interface is how easy it is to customize to my specific editing style. I can move things around very easily. For instance, let's suppose I wanted a lot more space in my timeline and I don't need my source or my program monitor to be as large. All I have to do is hover my mouse between those two sections, click, and drag up, and it dynamically scales everything larger and smaller as I need it. I can also do this by moving things right or left. So for instance, if I wanted to see more detail in my project panel, I can simply click and drag that over to the right, or if I want less, I can drag it over to the left. Now, what you noticed is that my tool panel, which was directly between the project and the sequence panel, got huge, way larger than I needed. Well, this too is infinitely customizable. So to shrink that down, I simply place my cursor between those two panels and drag to the left. And as you can see, the icons are dynamically adjusted to take advantage of the space that I give it. Now, I've been moving things around a lot, so I'm going to go ahead and reset the panel, but I'm going to show you a few more things. So if you ever completely mess up your windows, remember you can go down to Window, Workspace, and simply click Reset Current Workspace, and that will bring you back to the default. And you won't do this by accident because every time you try it, it's going to give you a warning box to make sure that's what you really want to do. So of course, we're going to click on Yes, and as you see, it returns to its default setup. Now, I'm not limited with just changing the size of each of these windows. I can actually move windows around to different locations. A lot of times when I'm editing, I really want all the media in my project file to be in the upper left-hand corner. So I can grab the tab and I can start moving it around the interface. And as my cursor hovers over different windows, you'll notice that you'll see a purple highlight. Now, if I place my cursor a little bit higher, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, or even at the bottom, I will get a different result. First, let's see what happens if I let go with the purple highlight directly in the middle of this quadrant. What Premiere has done is placed that tab adjacent to all the other tabs in this window. And I can actually go to that slider bar we learned about earlier and see everything that I want. And my project panel is now a lot larger in the upper left-hand corner. Now, I'm going to go ahead and move it back to where it was. I'm going to simply drag it down to the bottom and let go with the purple box dead center. And as you see, it returns to that same location, but it's now on the far right instead of on the far left. Now, I can move these back left and right and customize that and position these anywhere I want. Another thing I can do is instead of grabbing it and dragging it and dropping it dead center, what would happen if I dropped it left or right or top or bottom? Well, I'm going to go ahead and drop it left for now, and what you see is it actually creates an entire new frame with just my project information. So instead of putting it inside the existing frame, it puts it over there on the right. I'm going to go ahead and drag it down, drop it in the middle so you can see where we were originally, and do the same thing and drag it over and drop it, say, on the bottom. So you can see it's very easy to position windows exactly where you need them. And if you're running off 2 monitors, this is great because you can customize your setup any way you want. You can also do this with your toolbar and with the audio meters that we learned about earlier. So I can grab those panes and I can say, yeah, I like my toolbar up top, simply let go, and it places the toolbar at the very top, giving it way more space than necessary. So I can simply grab in between, slide it up, and now my toolbar is conveniently located at the very top of the screen. So as you can see, you can customize it any way you want, but take into account if you do customize it, your screen may look a little bit different than my screen as you watch these movies. There's one other really important keyboard shortcut that I want to show you that's great when customizing your interface. What's really cool about Adobe Premiere Pro 6, and let me go ahead and scroll all the way over to a window that will take advantage of it. So I'm going to simply slide over to where I can see source and click on that. So this is my original clip. If I press the tilde key, it makes that one panel full screen. And now I can really see all of my tabs without having to deal with the slider. Let me go ahead and press the tilde key again and step back over here to this pane, and again, press the tilde key, and as you can see, I can very quickly step between all of my tabs. Now that we've kind of moved everything around, let's go ahead before we move on, click on Workspace, and point out one more thing, which is once I create a workspace that I really like, I can always save that as a new workspace, and if necessary, move it from one machine to another one through the Import Workspace button. You'll also notice that there's different window configurations if you're working with audio, color correction, editing, which is what we're doing, as well as working with effects and working with metadata. And if you're used to the previous version of Adobe Premiere Pro, you can even jump back to the way 5.5 was set up, but I don't think you want to do that. The most important one for you is Reset Current Workspace, because that gets you back to exactly where you want to be. For most of this course, we are going to be working with the default editing workspace. But I do want to point out that there's often additional windows that you may want to open up when you're doing specific actions. And these can be found under the Window drop-down menu, and this is true on both the Macintosh operating system and the Windows operating system. By now, you should have a basic sense of what each of these windows do and be a lot more comfortable with the Adobe Premiere Pro 6 interface. Now, the good thing about Adobe Premiere Pro is there's lots of ways to do everything. The bad thing about Adobe Premiere Pro is there's lots of ways to do everything. So what I'm going to go over in this movie is the variety of different ways you can edit based upon your personal preference and your personal style. So as you can see, we're back to our vanilla interface. The only difference is I've imported some video clips for us to work with just so you can see different ways that you can move around the interface. So what we're going to do is in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, you see I have my project window where I have already populated it with a variety of clips and media. Now, you're only seeing 2 folders here because of my screen resolution. I'm going to go ahead and press the tilde key that we learned about earlier to make this full screen. And as you can see, there's a variety of folders where I have organized all my media by whether they're graphics or color correction or B-roll, and we're going to look at that in much more detail when we actually explore the project window. But for now, I'm going to switch from an icon view by pressing the button in the lower left-hand corner from icon to a list view so you can see where I'm getting the footage that we'll be working from. And just to keep things simple, we'll work with the footage in the B-roll library. So I'm going to click on the triangle and reveal the contents of what's inside the B-roll library. I'm going to press the tilde key to now shrink this window back and make it look a lot more like what you're probably seeing. And I'm going to bring a clip from the project window into my source clip to make in and out points. And I can do that a lot of different ways. I can simply double click to load something in, or I can actually click and drag and drop it in that window, and that allows me to load the clip into my source window to mark in and out points. So as you can see, dragging and dropping is a very convenient way to edit. In addition to dragging and dropping, there's a variety of buttons. And if I wanted to play this clip, I can simply press the play button.
That'll probably look like it's...
And we can see the light is still on, but if I want to actually scrub through it, I can again do lots of dragging and see the light turn on and off. So dragging around with your mouse is one very useful way of working in Adobe Premiere Pro 6. As a matter of fact, if I choose to put this clip into my timeline, I can either drag it left to right and create an edit, or even drag it down to the timeline and drop it exactly where I want it to be. So as you can see, dragging and dropping is one way of driving Adobe Premiere Pro 6. In addition to dragging and dropping, you can also do a lot of things with drop-down menus. So I could go to the Edit drop-down menu. I could do things such as Undo, File, work with project settings, clip settings. So a lot of what you may want to do can also be done with drop-down menus from the top part of your screen. Keyboard shortcuts are another way that you can drive Adobe Premiere Pro 6. So for instance, I can actually scan through my clip by pressing the space bar instead of pressing the little play button. And I can also create my edits by pressing keyboard shortcuts such as the period key to bring a clip directly into the timeline. Another important thing to know is that you can also right-click in the interface, or if you don't have a two-button mouse, control-clicking, and that will also reveal different things that you can do with a clip, but realize this is context-sensitive, so depending on where your mouse is hovering when you right-click, you might get different options. The last thing I want to point out is that in the upper right-hand corner of each of the panels, you can see a flyout window or a drop-down box. And if you click on this, again, you'll see many other options on how you can drive Adobe Premiere Pro 6. Now, don't worry about remembering all of this now. I just want you to realize there's a lot of different ways to edit in Adobe Premiere Pro 6, and they're all right. It's whatever works best for you. I'm going to very quickly talk about system configuration and the Mercury playback engine. And this is pretty geeky, so don't feel bad if it's a little bit confusing. There's just a couple things you need to know. You've probably read in the marketing material from Adobe that they use this thing called the Mercury playback engine to make everything work faster, quicker, and smarter. Well, the Mercury playback engine is not really a physical item. It's actually a combination of how much RAM you have in your computer, how fast your video card is and how much memory it has, and how many processors you have in your computer and how fast they run. All those combined create what's called the Mercury playback engine. So for best practices, the more RAM you have in your computer, the faster Premiere will run. So for instance, on this Macintosh, I can very quickly find out about how much RAM I have, and in this case, I have 6 gigabytes of RAM installed in the computer. That's actually pretty low. The system will run well, but the more RAM I throw at it, the faster a lot of things will happen. As a matter of fact, some computers can have 16, 32, 64, even 192 gigabytes of RAM. I think that might be a little bit much if you go to 192, but I do recommend that starting off with 12 gigabytes of RAM is going to give you much more robust performance. The second thing is the processor inside of your computer. Now, a lot of computers not only have a single processor, but they have multiple dual and quad-core processors that all work together to make things happen faster. The faster your computer, the more responsive, again, Premiere Pro will be. The final part of the equation is the video card in your computer. Now, most people don't realize that the graphics card not only has RAM on it, just like your computer, but they're also rated for speed. So some of the newer graphics cards can have 1 or 2 gigabytes of RAM. Mine has about 1.5, and they're designed to handle a lot of the video processing and take the load off the CPU inside your computer. If you don't have one of these fancy graphic cards or newer graphic cards, don't worry about it, because Adobe Premiere Pro 6 can leverage the power of your processors and the power of your RAM and give you pretty great performance. So really, that's all the Mercury Playback Engine is. It's a combination of all 3 of these elements. The newer and faster your computer, the more layers of video you can create without having to wait for it to calculate that fuzzy glow as something flies across the screen. So if you're finding that the performance of Adobe Premiere Pro is not as robust as you think it should be, adding a little more memory, or maybe even swapping out the video card in your computer could be the solution. Upgrading to a brand new computer with lots of RAM, of course, is the best answer, but probably not for your wallet. In this movie, let's take a quick look at where the preferences are located and maybe a couple of changes you can make to make your workflow a little easier. Now, if you're working on a Mac, the preferences are located under Premiere Pro Preferences. If you're working under a PC, it's located under the Edit menu at the very bottom of this list. Now, when you open up the Preference menu, it really doesn't matter which one you select. We're going to start with General, but as you can see, there's a variety of tabs here that I can go back and forth. Now, when you're first learning to edit, the default settings are exactly what you need. And as we go through the course, we may suggest some changes, but again, depending on how you decide to drive Adobe Premiere Pro, you'll be able to make these settings or preferences exactly the way you want them. And for instance, how long do you want your video transitions to be? Now, you'll discover that instead of talking in terms of 1 or 2 seconds, you talk in terms of frames. Video is usually recorded at 30 frames a second. Some video cameras, such as DSLR cameras, you can set to 24 frames a second, so you can choose how long a dissolve will be. But again, don't sweat it at this point. You can always change these preferences anytime during the editing process, or even once you've added, say, a transition, you can still make them longer or shorter. There's a huge list that you can go down, and we're not going to go down and cover each one because you'll probably fall asleep by the 3rd click. But I want you to know where the preferences are. And one of the things I do like to adjust is the brightness of the interface. Now, if I slide this over to the right, I can get a much brighter interface. And this is nice for being able to see things. But if you're editing for a long time, for hours and hours at a stretch, it's better to have a darker interface because your eyes will get less fatigued. We can go down and see there's different types of audio hardware and mapping. One thing I do like to change is the autosave. Adobe Premiere Pro will actually automatically save a clone of your project every X number of minutes, and you can save a certain number of projects. I like to suggest to editors that are learning to work with Premiere Pro, that may be making mistakes and need to step back in time, to automatically save every 5 minutes instead of every 20 minutes. And then if you want to, you can save beyond 5 versions. You can say 10 versions. So now you can go back in time an hour in case you've discovered you've made a critical mistake in your edit and you wish you had an earlier version of your show. You can access these autosaves in the same location where you've been saving your projects. For now, I'm simply going to go ahead and close the Preferences window, but we'll be opening it up and making some changes throughout the course. There's one other change that I'd like to suggest, and that's back under the Window setting under Workspace that you saw earlier. There's a checkbox here that says Import Workspace from Projects, which you can toggle on and off. If there's a checkbox next to it, it's on, which is what the default is, and if it's unchecked, it's off. What that means is that if you open an existing project, however you had your workspace laid out, no matter what it was prior to opening it, it will remember the layout of the screen. And that's great in some cases. But other times, if you're getting a project handed off from somebody, or you've completely trashed your workspace and reset doesn't take you back to the default, if you uncheck that, next time you open up a project, it'll match the layout of Premiere prior to opening that. Now, in some cases, you completely want to erase all of your preferences. And you can do that very easily with a keyboard shortcut when you launch Premiere. If you're on a Mac, if you hold down the Shift and the Option key when launching Premiere, or on a PC, if you hold down the Shift and the Alt key during the launch process, when Premiere opens up, all your preferences will be reset back to the defaults, and all the movies that are on the upper left-hand corner that would have been listed there before are completely gone. Well, now that you have a better understanding of the Adobe Premiere Pro interface and some of the preferences that you may want to adjust, let's go ahead and import some video so we can start editing. But before we import any video, I have to stress one very important thing when working with Adobe Premiere Pro 6 and importing media. You're never really actually bringing the media into your project file. All you're doing is pointing to where the media is, whether it's on your internal hard drive, an attached hard drive, or even on a camera card. Think of it as a shortcut or an alias to where that media is. And the reason this is critical is that if you unplug an external hard drive, or if you unplug the camera card, that media will go offline because Adobe Premiere Pro won't know where to look because that card is not there anymore. But what's even more dangerous, if you write over that card or you take the media off that attached hard drive, it's gone for good. So best practice is always take your media and copy it to your internal hard drive or to a media hard drive, and then import that media into Premiere Pro. So it will always live in a local location and you won't have to worry about losing it. With that said, let's go ahead and import some media. Now, as I said earlier, there's lots of ways to drive Adobe Premiere Pro 6. You can use pull-down menus, keyboard shortcuts, as well as clicking. You can always go to File and Import and use it with a pull-down menu, and as you can see, there is a keyboard shortcut associated with that. On the Macintosh, it's Command-I. On Windows, it's Control-I. But even simpler, I just like to double-click in the project pane, and that automatically opens up an import dialog box. Now, the import dialog box will go back to the last location that you imported footage from. In this case, it was the media folder. Now, if you're a premium lynda.com subscriber, you will have downloaded the exercise files, and inside that folder, there'll be a folder called Media. But you can always use your own media and follow along just the same. So if I wanted to, say, bring in this clip here, avocados, I can simply select it and click Import. And as you can see, the clip appears immediately in my project. Now, importing this way is good, but there's even a better way to import media into Premiere Pro, and that's using the media browser. Now, the media browser should be directly adjacent to the project pane. Go ahead and click on the media browser, and I'm going to press the tilde key to enlarge this to full screen. Remember, the tilde key, or some people call it the grav key, is located in the upper left-hand corner of your keyboard. Now, it's much easier to see my file directory. Once again, I'm working on a Mac, but it works exactly the same way on a Windows machine. Now, I have two choices in how I want to view the media browser. What we're seeing here is an icon view, but I can also go down in the lower corner and switch this to a list view. So for some of you who are used to using file directories, you may want to switch to the list view to navigate to the media folder that came with the exercise files or to your own media. I know that my media is located on my desktop and inside the folder called Exercise Files, Media. And here's a list of all the media that's available in the media folder. But remember, I said importing wasn't quite as good as using the media browser. And this is where it gets really cool. Instead of looking at this as a list view, I'm going to switch back to a thumbnail view. And what you'll see is little picture icons of every single clip that's available to you. There's also a little slider down here, and I can move that slider from little mountains on the left to massive mountains on the right, and it actually scales up my images. So depending on your screen resolution, you may want to move that a little bit to the right so you can see what's happening in each of these picture icons. But we're not going to stop just there, because sometimes you have no idea what the shot is. For instance, green screen clean. Is there a narrator? Is there not a narrator? Well, Adobe Premiere Pro 6 has something called Hover Scrub, and I can simply hover my mouse over any of these icons and move it left and right and actually see what happens in that video. So as you can see here, I can see the light bulb turns on, and in this case, I have the CFL light bulb, which also turns on. If I click on any of these images, I actually get a little scrubber bar down here, and I can actually scroll through the video to make sure that's the clip that I want. Now, another benefit of the media browser is that I can look at a variety of file types. So in this folder, we have still images, we have music, I have graphics, I have video. And if I want to find something very quickly, I can click on all supported file types. And instead of seeing everything, I can say, you know something? I just want to look at my JPEGs because I want to find a specific photograph. And now I'm looking at only the JPEGs that are in that folder. I can also keyword search. So if you're looking at a folder that maybe has JPEGs, but thousands of JPEGs, and you know the name of the JPEG, you can actually type it in, find it immediately, and then go ahead and import it. Now, if I wanted to import just one image, I can select it, and the first thing I would do is I would just simply right-click and say, Import. As you see, it tells me it's importing the files. I'm going to step back into my project folder, and I can actually see the media is already here. But I don't want to bring these in one at a time. I can select a range of clips by lassoing them and import them, or I can bring an entire folder in all at once. I'm going to switch back from JPEG to all supported files, and then I'm going to step up to the parent directory. This may look slightly different on a Windows machine, but you should be used to navigating through your operating system. When I step up, I see the entire media folder, at which point I can right-click on the entire media folder and import the media that way. I can also, if I'm in the list view, simply grab the media folder and drag it and put it directly on top of my project folder, place it anywhere I want. I'll see a hand with a plus sign and simply let go of my mouse. At this point, Adobe Premiere Pro is importing all the files. Now, when I say importing, remember, it's just pointing to where the original media is on your hard drive. Now, if you move that media, Premiere Pro will lose its location and you'll have to reconnect that media. Now, we'll cover that in a later movie. Now, you'll notice that because I brought the media in as a folder, it's organized inside of a folder instead of as individual clips at the top level. Now, I can simply go back to the list view and reveal the contents of that folder, select any clips that I want, and drag them out of the folder to the top level. We'll look at organizing the project panel in greater detail in an upcoming movie. Now, I want to point out one more thing that's very useful when importing using the media browser. I'm going to go ahead and delete all of this media because I've actually organized all of this media in separate folders at the Finder level. So I'm going to simply select all and press delete, which removes the media from my project file. Now remember, we were pointing to the original media. This doesn't harm the original files on your hard drive in any way. All I'm doing is deleting the shortcut. Now if we jump back to the media browser and we step out of this folder, I want to point out that I have a folder on my desktop which you don't have, which is called Media Organized. We put all of your media in a single media folder so that it's easier to reconnect the media to the exercise files, but I've organized this in advance because I wanted to show you something really cool. I'm going to go ahead and hide the Premiere Pro interface for one moment to show you the contents of that folder. On my desktop is the folder called Media Organized, and if I double-click to open up the contents, you can see I've divided my footage based upon the type of footage it is. B-roll, interviews, shaky footage, things that I want to do speed changes on, my green screen. I've already pre-organized it, and I don't want to have to do this twice. So I'm going to go ahead, close this out, switch back to Premiere, and now if I click on this folder for Media Organized and open that up, there's all of my organized folders. I can simply select them all and import them. So this is awesome. All of my organization is still there, and I don't have to worry about reorganizing my footage after the fact. As a side note, if you're a Windows user and you're worried about importing QuickTime movies, even if you don't have QuickTime on your operating system, you can import them into Premiere Pro because it understands all of the standard QuickTime codecs and can play them back without any additional software needing to be downloaded. As you can see, the media browser for importing your footage is a lot more robust than importing footage through the simple import command. Now, importing files that are already on your hard drive or on an external hard drive, or even on some cards like off of a Canon DSLR camera, is pretty easy because you can simply either use the import command or you can use the media browser. However, other card-based media is a little more difficult, and I'm going to show you why. Let me go ahead and hide Premiere Pro and show you an example of what the folder structure looks like inside of a card that you may have recorded your movies to. And you can see on my desktop, I have a folder here called Card. Now, this could be a card such as an AVCHD format that some consumer cameras use. There's other formats, Panasonic's P2, there's Sony's XD Cam. But if you look inside any of these cards by double-clicking on the folder, you see inside there's something that might say Contents, and then you can drill down even deeper, and there's lots of folders inside here. And you might think, oh, I'll just grab the video. But one, it's a strange format, and the way these cameras record your video is the audio might be recorded separately. There's something called metadata or information about the file in a different folder. So these all have to be combined to create a movie file that you can watch. So a traditional import command would not work. And that's where the beauty of the media browser comes into play. Let's go ahead and close this and go back to Premiere Pro. Now, if I tried to import through the traditional import method and I pointed at this card that's on my desktop, it wouldn't be able to bring this in. If I clicked import, it would get confused, it wouldn't bring in all the media, and it would actually give me a generic error. And we know that generic errors are the ones that we should most fear. So let's go ahead and delete that and switch over to the media browser. Going back to my desktop in my home directory, once again, I see the card. Now, if I select the card by double-clicking, instead of seeing all that information, I actually see video files. Let me go ahead and press the tilde key to show you how this looks. So instead of seeing all those individual folders with all those files inside that make no sense, I can actually see the clips and the information about them. I'm going to switch over from the list view to the thumbnail view, and once again, as you can see, I can use hover scrub to see if these are clips that I actually want to bring in. Because not everything you shoot on your card you might want to bring in. Oftentimes, I have at least 20 minutes of the lens cap, or at least my feet as I'm running along trying to get a shot. Now, another thing that changes when it looks at a card is instead of viewing as file, you see it automatically detects, in this case, that the card was recorded using the Panasonic P2 format. So it's only showing me the information on the card that is in the P2 format. If for some reason, and this is unlikely, you've thrown some additional media on the card just because you want to use it to move it from one machine to another, if you switch back to File Directory, you would actually see the card exactly as I saw it when I closed Adobe Premiere and we looked at the file structure. So let's step back up one level to where we see the word Contents, and I can switch back from File Directory back to Panasonic P2. But as you can see from the grayed out list, there's a variety of cards that the media browser can interpret. Another thing to keep in mind if you are shooting on cards, that sometimes when you're shooting, you can have two cards in your camera, and the video actually flows from being recorded on the first card onto a second card. This is commonly referred to as spanned media, which means the media spans across the first card into the second card. And the beautiful thing about the media browser is it can import media that crosses over from one card to another, and it can do this automatically. Once I've looked at the images that I want, I can simply select them, and just like we did in importing files, I can right-click and import them directly into my project. Now, if you skipped the last movie because you say, I only work in cards, I want to reinforce something that I said there. And that is Premiere Pro only points to the media that's on that card. So if you import media off a card and then eject the card, it's going to go offline. And if you record over that card, you're going to lose your media forever. So best practices says, as soon as you record onto a card, put that card into a card reader, plug it into your computer, and copy the entire card onto your hard drive. I'm going to go back and close this for just 1 second because this is a big mistake that a lot of new editors do. They put the card into their computer, open it up, and think they only need the video files and just drag this folder. If you do this, you'll probably end up losing all of your media. You won't have any of your sound, any of the proxies, or any of the metadata. So remember, when copying a card, drag the entire card. Don't open it up. Don't change anything. Don't add anything. Don't delete anything. Hopping back into Premiere Pro, we're going to import these files, and you will see they immediately appear in the project section of our panel. I'll just hit the tilde key so this returns to the exact same format that's probably on your desktop. In this movie, we're going to take a quick look at capturing video off of tape in Premiere Pro CS6. Now, we're only going to spend one quick movie if you have some legacy tapes. If you really want to get into the details of capturing from tape, you can watch the Adobe Premiere Pro CS4 training on lynda.com, which devotes an entire chapter to capturing from tape. And the basic functions haven't changed, so it will still be valid. But for now, let's do a quick capture. You're going to create a new project, and because of that, there is no project file for this movie. And the important things you need to do is select what format you're capturing from. You can capture from either DV or HDV, and this is important to select because this tells Premiere Pro what protocols to use when talking to your camera. Now, we recorded everything on DV, so I'm going to make that selection. It's also important to name your project, so we'll call this Capture. Now, before you press OK, make sure you select a location where you want your project files and your captured media to go. So click on the Browse button, and in our case, I'm going to just put it on the desktop because I know that I'm going to be deleting this after I finish the movie. Press OK, and you're greeted with a dialog box that we're used to seeing where you need to actually select your sequence presets. Now, if all of your footage is coming from this tape, you can select a sequence setting, but if this is just part of the footage, go ahead and hit Cancel and let Premiere Pro automatically set the sequence settings when you drop that first clip on your timeline. We know that ours is DV widescreen, so I will make that modification now. Press OK, and we're greeted by the familiar interface. Now let's go ahead and plug in our camera and make sure your camera is set to playback mode or VCR mode as opposed to record mode so you can actually take control and bring in your footage. The next step is going to the File menu and selecting Capture. If your camera is set to playback, you should see this screen and probably the word Stopped. As long as you don't see the word No Communications, you should be okay. I'm going to go ahead and hit play just to make sure that our tape is queued up to where I want to start capturing. Looks good, so let me go ahead and press rewind because we're going to capture the entire tape from the beginning. It's important before you start capturing to make sure your tape is rewound. Now the tape is at the very beginning, and I'm going to change just a couple of pieces of information on the right side and grab the entire tape. Just so you know where your media came from, go ahead and label the tape, and we're going to call this Random B-roll, and I'm going to name the clip as in just generic B-roll because you'll see how that will benefit me in just a moment. Now we're going to capture the entire tape, but one of the things you can do with DV and HDV, you can have Premiere Pro actually break your scenes into individual clips. So I'm going to have it do a scene detect and simply click on Tape to capture everything that I recorded. The application will queue up the tape and immediately start capturing. So now we just shot some B-roll to throw in as some temp footage, and this is only 4 shots for us to capture. Now as soon as it runs out of media on the tape, it will actually pause and we can go ahead and close the capture window. If you take a look in your project pane, you see there are the 4 shots that we just captured, and it actually called them B-roll and then appended them with 02, 03, and 04. So there you see the value of labeling just one clip if you're going to capture an entire tape. Let me double click and load one of the B-roll shots into my source monitor. I can scrub through it, see I've captured exactly what I want, and I can work with this clip just like any other clip that I would in Premiere Pro. Now that you have an understanding on how to import your media, whether it's on files or cards or from a camera, you need to organize all this media so it's easier to work with. So let's go back to the project panel, and I'm going to hit the tilde key to bring it full screen because that's what we're really going to focus on. Now, if you've been playing around as you've been watching, your screen may look a little bit different. You may have switched over to the list view, but for now, make sure that you're in the icon view. Once in the icon view, of course, you can make your images larger or smaller to see more detail. For now, I'm going to keep mine on the smallest view so I can see the largest number of clips. And we see we have video clips with audio. That's the little symbol right here. If there wasn't any audio attached, you would not see that symbol. For instance, we have a photograph and that doesn't have audio. We also, in some cases, if the title is short enough, we actually see the suffix and see what kind of image it is, whether it's a still or a moving image or maybe a Photoshop file. You'll also notice that as you hover your mouse over the titles, you'll see information about the type of media it is, the size of the media, and how long the media is. And up here in the upper left-hand corner, I have just an audio file, and in this case, it's an audio file that's an AIF, or a non-compressed audio file. Now, if I take my mouse and put it over any of the video images, you see you can hover scrub, as we learned earlier on when we brought in this footage with the media browser. And if I wanted to click on any of these, the hover scrub stops here, but I get a little yellow line and I can scrub through the image and hear the image as I scrub through it by grabbing this little bar. And then again, as soon as I move off that image, I can hover scrub and look at any images I want. So working in the project panel is great in icon view. But let's take this to the next level. There are some preferences I can change that may make working in the project panel a little bit more to my personal liking. And I can do this by clicking on this flyout or drop-down menu on the upper right-hand side. Now, there's a lot of things I can do to change the configuration of my screen, but what I really want to do is I want to go to the bottom area and I want to look at these 3 selections. The first one, which is unchecked, is Preview Area. Now, if I click on that, take a look at what happens in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. It actually brings up a small icon, which I can slide through. I can hit a play button, and it gives me all the metadata about that file. And this is nice if you're quickly jumping through images and you don't want to do that hover to find out details about that piece of media. So I can simply click through. I can see the name of the clip. In this case, it's a movie versus an audio file versus a still. The physical size of the clip. This is all 720p footage. The frame rate it was recorded at, and even the audio sampling rate. And all of this is very useful if you're having problems with footage, and you can quickly see if it matches or doesn't match all the other footage you might be using. Now, if I didn't like the hover scrub idea, if when I went over a clip I didn't like the fact that as I hovered over it, it would play, I can actually turn that off by unchecking hover scrub. I can also uncheck thumbnails. Now, instead of seeing all the images on the clips, I just see an icon. Again, this would be really useful if I had a very slow machine, but I like being able to see exactly what's happening in all my footage. So let's go back and turn that on. If we switch over to the list view, we get a whole new way of looking at our media. As you can see in the list view, we can see a lot of the metadata associated with these clips. Now, the list view is very customizable. If, for instance, it was important for me to know what the video in point was, I could grab that and drag that and move that to the left and have that as my second item. I can also scroll down here and see if there's any additional pieces of information that might be of value to me, such as if I've marked a clip as good or I've written in some scene information. Now realize that not all of your metadata information is available in this upper bar. You can control what you see and what you don't see by right-clicking and opening up the metadata display dialog box. And we're looking here at just the very first one, the Premiere Pro project metadata. And as you can see, everything that's checked, I'm seeing as a choice in my list, and then everything that's unchecked is unavailable. So perhaps you want to know if a clip is being used or not being used. I'm going to click on Video Usage, and you'll see in a moment once I hit OK that that's going to be available as one of my choices. Now, I really don't care about the tape name because I didn't really record any of that information when I brought my clips in, so I'm going to uncheck that and maybe scroll down a little bit and remove whether a shot is good or not. Not because I won't use this, but because we looked at this earlier and I want you to see that it's going to disappear when I click OK. So now as we scroll through, I can't see if a shot is good or not, but I can see something I added, such as video usage. So once I start putting these clips into my timeline, I can know whether I've used them or not, so I don't use the same clip over and over and over again. Another really cool thing that a lot of people aren't aware of is it's a little frustrating when you're in the list view not being able to see an icon or a picture of the footage. Well, you can go back over here to the drop-down menu and turn thumbnails on. Now, these are off by default in the list view, but I can go ahead and click those on, and now I have an idea of what footage I'm actually looking at if I can't remember because of the complexity of the name that I gave it. As you can see, switching between list view and icon view is very useful when trying to find footage and organize your program. If you wanted to quickly find footage, there's also a search box that I can click on, and in this case, I just want to find all of my green screen footage. I'm going to start typing GRE, and as you see, it's already defining the different clips that use those letters. And I'm going to jump right down to green, and I can see all 5 clips that use green in them. In this case, there's metadata referencing green here. So as you see, once I type green screen, I see exclusively the images that I want to work with. And this is a very quick way to find things, and you can search a lot of different metadata. As a matter of fact, if we click on the X to reset this so we see all of our clips, if you go down to the bottom right-hand corner, there's the option to find footage. We're going to go ahead and click on this, and I can search by a variety of metadata, not just the name, but I can search by things such as in points, out points, comments. I can search for all my footage by status. I can also search by multiple parameters. So I can look for status and also ones that I have marked good. As you can see, there's a variety of ways that you can search for footage when you have hundreds and hundreds of clips. Let's go ahead and close this box and move to the next step in really organizing your footage, because you don't want to have hundreds of clips at the top level inside one bin. What you want to do is create folders, and you'll hear the term bin a lot when people are talking about folders. It goes back to the old film days of the big bins they used to hang film over. But to me, bins, folders, tomato, tomato, think of them as folders, even though you might hear them referred to as bins. To create a new folder, simply go over to the icon here that says New Bin. It's a picture of a folder. Kind of clever, huh? Click on that, and it creates a bin or a folder you can now put clips into. So I'm going to rename this Music. And as soon as I hit the Enter key, I now have a folder called Music that I can grab and drop my music into. Now, it looks like it reorganized my list, but it really didn't. It just moved everything up a little bit, and there is my music inside of the music folder. I'm going to go ahead and close that, and let's really clean things up and make a folder of all of my B-roll. So once again, we want to create another new folder. I'm going to do it a little differently this time. I'm going to go to the File menu, go New, and as you see, there's an option to create a new bin. But just between you and me, we know that's a folder. Once again, a new bin is created. We're going to call this B-roll, and once it's created, I can grab all of the footage that maybe I've created as B-roll. As a matter of fact, I can simply click and select a range of those. On the Mac, I can hold down the Command key to do that. And just for the sake of simplicity, I'll just grab those and drag them up and drop them in the B-roll bin. As you can see, this is starting to get less and less complex. I'm going to go back and switch to the icon view so you can see how it looks a little bit different than it did before. As you can see here, as I scroll up and down, there are my bins. I scroll just a little bit further down so you can see music and B-roll right here. Let me go ahead, create a new folder. I'm going to call this one Narrator. And now I can simply go through and visually find all the shots where I have the narrator on camera. And that would be this shot here and this shot there. And then I can go ahead and drag those down and drop them in the narrator bin. So organizing your footage is pretty easy. You can make brand new folders. If I have a folder, say, of B-roll, I can open that up. And it opens up as a floating window on top. We'll deal with how you can control that in a moment, but right now I just simply want to make a new folder in there, and I can drop some additional footage inside of the folder in the lower level. We'll call that B-roll best shots. I'm going to close that out and switch back to the list view because I want you to see the B-roll folder when I open it up. There is my best shots on the inside, and I can even go down to another level and see that the electric meter and the farmer are two of my best pieces of footage. So organizing your media before you start editing really can speed up your workflow. But you can organize this panel at any time through your editorial process, especially if you input media after you've already started editing and you want to place them in the best location to find the footage you're looking for. You're probably watching this movie for one of two reasons. Either you completely skipped how to use these exercise file movie earlier on and all your files are offline, or you're actually progressively watching all of the movies and you're at the right place, learning the right thing at the right time. So what we're going to cover is what happens if you open up an Adobe Premiere Pro project file and you have media that's offline. Now, I'm going to open up this project file from the Welcome to Adobe Premiere dialog box because I've opened it up recently. But of course, you can open this up by going into Chapter 2 of the exercise files or under Open Project. If you're working with your own media, you already know that you have files offline, and you can just follow along as I reconnect media back to our project file. Now, if you have media that's offline, instead of being greeted by your Adobe Premiere project file or by one of the wonderful dialog boxes that you're expecting, you see this box, which is saying, where is the file avocados? Now, yours may not say avocados, but it sure will say, where is the file something? And you need to tell Premiere Pro where it is, and it will reconnect everything. Instead of connecting everything, I'm going to go ahead and hit cancel and show you what a project looks like with media offline. And then we'll step back into this dialog box and show you how you can easily reconnect media that you've either moved or that Premiere has lost the location of. Now, by clicking cancel, it will launch the project file, and you can see that I have all of these red warning boxes. Media is offline here, and if I look down here to my project panel, you'll see all these question marks showing that media is offline, and if you were in the icon view, again, you would not see the images that you were expecting. So how do you reconnect it? It's as simple as right-clicking on any media that's offline, and underneath the drop-down window, you simply want to click on Link Media. And I see the same dialog box that we saw earlier, since the last place I looked was my media folder. Adobe Premiere Pro went right here. But in your case, it may open up to another part of your computer. For instance, it might open up to my home folder, in which case I have to tell Premiere Pro where the media is located. Now, I know in this case it's located on my desktop inside the exercise files in the media folder. So whenever you launch a project with these exercise files and media is offline, you know to look inside the media folder that came with the download or the DVD. Now we need to tell Adobe Premiere Pro where the avocados are. And specifically, it even asks me, link media to avocados. Now, if you're using your own media, it might not say avocados, but you get the point. So I can go down and I can find avocados and select it, but if you have thousands of clips in this folder, finding the avocados might be kind of difficult. That's where display only exact name matches comes into play. When I click that, you'll notice everything gets grayed out except for something with the exact name that Premiere Pro is looking for. And I can simply select avocados and say open. But before I click open, I want to explain these four boxes: skip, skip all, offline, and offline all. If I know, for instance, that a piece of media is not available, and I don't want it to keep looking for it in this session, I simply would say skip, and it would go down the list to the next piece of media that's offline. If I say skip all, it will assume everything is offline and allow me to open up my project file, and it will look exactly like you saw when we launched it before, with everything in red. The two other options, offline and offline all, allows me to tell Premiere Pro not only to skip looking for it this time, but it's okay that it's offline and don't remind me about it again. So if I click just offline, it will never ask me to find the avocado shot again every time I launch the application. If I click offline all, it will never bug me about any of the media that might be offline, and I can still reconnect it later, but at least I don't get distracted every time I launch the project. But what we want to do is connect media. So I'm simply going to click on Open. And you might ask yourself, well, what about all that other media that's offline? Premiere Pro is pretty clever, and it will find any other offline media that resides in this folder. So as soon as I click Open, you're going to see it search through that whole folder and connect all the other clips that are offline. And in your case, if you're working with the exercise files, everything should come back online. If you're using your own files and media has been located in a lot of different places, it may ask you to go through and find different groups of media, a group at a time. So that fixes just one piece of footage. But what you want to do is you want to connect everything. Now, if I really wanted to reconnect everything, there's a couple of different workflows. If I had accepted the dialog box when I first launched the project, when it said media was offline, and I selected the avocados, it would have connected everything that was offline. But since I hit cancel and opened up the project and said I'll deal with it later, if I want to connect everything, I need to go back to the project pane and select all. And once everything is selected, then when I right-click, I can select Link Media. It takes me back to the last location that I looked at. It's going to ask me for the bulb. Once again, display only exact name. I choose bulb, click on open, and what you see is it connects everything that it found in that folder. So in a nutshell, reconnecting media is pretty easy by right-clicking on any media that's offline in a project, or when you first launch a project, if Adobe Premiere Pro discovers media offline, pointing to its location and simply saying open. In this movie, we're going to look at two things: how to create a sequence and just some basic editing concepts before we dig in and show you really how to do fine-tuned editing. We have yet to make a sequence in this course, and I want to show you a couple of ways that you can do that. We saw at the very beginning, you can create a sequence when you first launch the application, and you can also create a sequence under the New menu and say New Sequence. Now again, you're given this dialog box which says pick something. And if you're not really sure what to pick, you could really panic. So unlike before, we're going to actually create a sequence, and it doesn't matter what sequence you choose, because you see that Adobe Premiere Pro is smart enough to fix a mistake if you make one. Let's go ahead and click OK, and we're going to make a standard definition 48 kilohertz 4:3 sequence, which has nothing to do with any of the video that we're going to be editing with. It's all high definition 720p footage. Now watch what happens when I grab any clip and drag it into my timeline. Now I'm going to simply scroll up to the B-roll, and it's not open, so I'm going to click on the disclosure triangle here and open up the contents. And I can grab any clip. I'm going to just grab the CFL bulb and drag it and drop it right into the first location in the sequence. Now, as you see, wherever I drag it and let go, I could actually put the clip, but I want it to be at the very beginning. As soon as I let go, I'll get a warning box or a dialog box that says, do I want to keep my existing sequence settings or change them? If I select change, what Adobe Premiere Pro will do is it will match my sequence settings to match my footage. So in this case, all of my footage is pretty standard. It's all 720p, 29 frames per second. So I'm going to go ahead and say change sequence settings. And now it's a perfect match. So now the sequence settings match exactly the footage in my program. Now, if I go ahead and I drop another clip in, I'm not going to get that same dialog box because the sequence settings have already been adjusted. So I can just simply go ahead and drag any of my footage into the timeline to create the story that I want. Now, I'm working off the list view. I can do the same thing in the icon view. And in this case, as you see, I have all of my folders. So to step into a folder, I'm going to simply hold down the Command key. This is the Control key on Windows, and simply double-click on the B-roll folder, and I can see the contents. And this way I can scroll through. Once again, my screen resolution is pretty small, so you'll probably see a lot more clips in your B-roll panel. And I can go ahead and drag in this time-lapse footage, and then maybe the television shot, and scroll down and maybe grab the shot of the iPad. And if you notice, they're all different lengths. As a matter of fact, some of this footage is way longer than other footage. Some is only a few seconds. This one is 50 seconds long, so it really takes up a lot of real estate, and it really doesn't tell the story that I want. We're going to learn in the next couple of videos how you can actually mark in and out points and put precisely the part of the video that you want in your show into your timeline. Now there's another way that you can make a sequence to match your footage in one step. Instead of making a new sequence and then dropping a clip on it and having to say change, you can grab any clip in your project panel, click on it, and drag it on what appears to be a piece of paper right next to the trash can in the bottom of the interface. You'll see a little plus symbol. When you let go of the clip on that icon, it will immediately make a new sequence, name it after the name of the clip, put the clip inside, and match all the parameters. So if you want to very quickly make a sequence to match your footage, it's as simple as grabbing it, dragging it, and dropping it onto the new item icon. Now once you've done that, I would go back and select that sequence and change its name. You can simply single click on it and change it to, for instance, PSA Rough Cut. Now, when you look at the sequence, it's going to have the right name as opposed to Farmer. 2 ways to create new sequences and drag footage into your timeline. Now that you have a basic understanding of editing and how to create a sequence, let's take a more detailed look at your project panel on how you can actually select the best part of a clip that you might want to bring into the timeline. So it's easier for you to see, I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of the tilde key in the upper left-hand corner of the keyboard to enlarge my project panel to full screen. Now, there's, of course, 2 ways to look at your project panel. We're going to step back into it using icon view because I want to show you some important preference changes and workflows so when you open up a folder or a bin, you don't get frustrated. Now, normally when you double-click to open up any bin, and we're going to just go ahead and select the B-roll bin, you'll get a floating box and you can see the contents of that bin, and that's going to either be in a list view or an icon view, however it was when you last closed it. But this is very cluttered. I have floating images over other images. I can't really see everything that I want to see to get the job done. So there's a couple of modifier keys that you can use that actually allows you to open up bins in a cleaner, more refined way. I'm going to go ahead and close this bin by clicking on the Mac, the small red X in the left corner, and then on a Windows machine, you would close it by clicking on the X in the right-hand corner. Now, instead of just double-clicking on the folder to open it up, I can hold down one of 2 modifier keys. If I hold down the Command key on a Mac or the Control key on a Windows machine, it will actually open up that folder in place. Take a look. Instead of it floating, when I double-click, it actually opens up the contents of that folder and replaces the higher-level project panel folder. Now, I can easily step back by clicking this button right here, but this keeps my screen nice and clean. Now, I'm going to go ahead and step back up into the higher level because there's another way I can open up this folder, and that's by holding down the Option key on a Mac or the Alt key on a Windows machine. With the Option key held down and I double-click on B-roll, instead of replacing the tab that's there, it actually opens up a new Attached tab. And this can be really nice because sometimes I may want to switch quickly between 2 different bins or 2 different folders, and I don't want to have to keep opening and closing them. So having the ability to have multiple tabs open at the same time is a great way to work. Now, if I wanted my B-roll bin to be next to the project bin, just like we learned earlier, I can simply grab it, slide it to the left, and now I can easily switch between both of these locations. Now, in some cases, you may find it extremely frustrating to always have to hold down a modifier key just to do what you want. You may always want it to open up as a new tab, or you may always want it to open up and replace the higher level folder. Well, if you go into your preference settings, and once again, on a Macintosh, these are underneath the title Premiere Pro, and on a Windows machine, they would be at the very bottom of the Edit menu. Now, of course, I'm on a Mac, so you don't see it, but I wanted you to remember where to go to modify your preferences if you're editing Premiere Pro in Windows. Once you're inside the preference settings, and we'll go directly to General, it looks exactly the same no matter what platform you're working on. And if you notice, down under General in the bottom third, there's a section called Bins, and it shows exactly what happens with each of the modifier keys. Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to switch from Open in New Window to simply Open in New Tab, click OK, and now whenever I click on any of my folders, it creates a new tab that I can move left or right, and if I'm done with it, I simply click X to close. So now that you're comfortable with opening and closing bins, and we've already looked at the different ways that you can view things within the project panel, I want to show how you can mark in and out points very easily. We're going to switch back to the icon view in our B-roll bin. Now, we learned earlier that I can simply hover over any of my clips and actually skim through and see what happens. But I want to do more than that. I want to be able to select the part of the clip that I want to use in my show. So for instance, I can go down to this smartphone shot, and I really want it to start right when he presses the button. So what I need to do is I can click on the clip to select it, turning hover scrub off and allowing me to scrub through by moving the slider left and right. Now, if I want it to start at this point, I'm going to mark an in point. And the keyboard shortcut for an in point is simply I. So by pressing I on my keyboard, you'll notice that that yellow line has kind of shifted. So now, when I drag this into my timeline, the very first frame is going to be just as he presses the button. If I scroll through all the way here to the end, when he takes his hand out of frame, I can make that my out point by pressing the O key. So now, without ever leaving my project panel, I can actually refine what part of the clip I want to use when editing in Premiere Pro. Let's go ahead and do that with another clip. I think a perfect example would be one of the light bulbs. I want to get it just before it turns on, and once it turns on, I want to be out of the shot. So we can go over here to either one of these bulbs. I like this one. This is kind of nice. And I'm going to click on it. And as you see, there's probably an in and out marked from when I cut it earlier, but I don't want to use that in and that out. So it's simply scrubbing where I want it to be and marking I for in. I can then, if I don't want to scrub, simply press the space bar to watch the scene in real time, and when I get to the point where I want the shot to end, I can press the O key for out. If I wanted it to last a little bit longer, I will simply press the space bar again, and then press O, and now I have a new out point marked. So as you can see, you can use the project panel not only to hold your clips and to organize your clips, you can even take it to the next step of picking the best part of the footage to use in your program. So now you should have a good handle on how to control and mark in and out points in the project pane. Let's take a look at how we can get even more control and more detail by moving a clip from the project pane into the source pane. To do that, I can simply double-click on any clip that I want to load into the source panel, and I can do this whether it's in the list view or in the icon view. Now, this clip already has an in and an out point marked, and I can see that by this green area here. If I was actually to put this into my timeline, it would start at this point when the light turns on, and it would run for a few seconds. Let's go ahead and remove the in and out point, and I'm going to simply right-click and choose Clear In and Out. And as you see, the green area now goes away. The advantage of working in the source panel is that it gives you much, much more control, and you can really look at clips in great detail. This is a shorter clip, so I can actually scrub through the whole clip very quickly by grabbing this little yellow tab. As a matter of fact, I know in the source panel exactly how long this clip is by looking at the right bottom corner, and I see 39 seconds, 12 frames. So if I put this whole shot in my timeline, it'd be almost 40 seconds long, and we know that's way, way, way too long for any shot in a video. Now, what's this number on the left? Let me go ahead and press the tilde key in the upper left-hand corner of my keyboard, and that will bring the source monitor to full screen. The number on the left will indicate one of two things. It will start at 0 and count all the way up to the end of the clip, and this is from footage that you might get from a DSLR camera or maybe from your phone. The other number you might see is something called time code, and it looks very similar, but instead of starting at absolute 0, it may start at 15 hours, 27 minutes, 12 seconds, 14 frames. And a lot of professional cameras record time code when they record the video signal, so you can always find the exact shot based upon that information that's stored with the video clip. All the media we're working with in these exercise files, and probably any footage you would shoot with a DSLR camera and even a lot of consumer cameras, would probably start at 0 and go all the way up to the end of the clip. The nice thing is, if I go to, for instance, exactly when this light turns on, I can see here it's at roughly 15 seconds and 19 frames. So I know that if I make a note that, I need to go to the CFL clip at 15 seconds and 19 frames, I can find when it turns on. All this is telling me is where my playhead position is. Now let's go ahead and set some in and out points. Now I'm going to scrub back right before it turns on, and just like we did in the project panel, I'm going to go ahead and press the I key to mark an in point. And as you see, the green bar appears, and now from that in point to the end of the clip, I can see that my duration is 24 seconds and 8 frames. I can continue to scrub through until I feel it's about a right duration, and simply press the O key, and now I've marked an out point, and I see that my duration is 7 seconds and 29 frames. Just for your reference, most video is 30 frames per second. So when you start thinking about cutting video, you start thinking in 30ths of a second. So a half a second is 15 frames, or a third of a second is 10 frames. Now that's most standard video. Some cameras do shoot at 24 frames a second, and keep in mind that in that case you would never see 29, and a half a second would be 12 frames, and a third of a second would be, say, 8 frames. I wouldn't worry about that too much. Just keep in mind hours, minutes, and seconds for now. Now, a couple of other things you may want to adjust are this drop-down window here, which is your playback resolution. If I click on that, I have an option to play back at full resolution, half resolution, and quarter resolution. And you may ask, well, why would I want to see anything less than the best quality? Well, if you're using some high-def footage on a slower machine or an older machine, playback might stutter because the machine isn't fast enough to create all of those images at their normal speed. So I can switch it to half resolution, and now the processor has less work to do, and I can see smooth playback. But don't worry, every time you pause the image or when you export it, Premiere Pro will always send it out at the best quality available. Now, there's a couple of other things I'd like to point out in this pane. I have transport controls at the bottom, and we looked at these briefly at the overview of Premiere Pro. So as you can see, there is the option to play. I can step forward a frame at a time, very precise. I can also step backwards a frame at a time, very precisely. I can do this with my keyboard also, and that's the left and right arrow keys. If you press the right arrow key, you can actually step forward a frame at a time, and when you get to the precise moment where you want, in this case, your out point to be, I can simply press the O key again, or if my hand is already on my mouse, I can simply click this icon and mark a new out point. One of the things I love about Adobe Premiere Pro 6 is if I'm not exactly sure what a button does or information about a clip, if I just hover my cursor over that button, it will tell me that button's function. Now you can also modify the source panel by going over here to this wrench and clicking on it. It's a settings box, and for now there's only a couple things that I may add. there's an option to loop playback. So if I click on loop playback and now hit the space bar, you'll notice that the video will play from the in point to the out point and then recycle again so you can actually see the entire duration of what you're planning on putting into your program. Now, while it's playing, I can go ahead and adjust my in and my out points and simply hit the space bar again, and it's going to cycle through. So you can see precisely what your viewer will see before you even bring it into your timeline. I'm going to press the space bar to stop playback and step back into the wrench one more time. One more great feature of Premiere Pro 6 is the ability to simplify your interface. Now, these buttons are really nice as you're learning to edit in Premiere Pro, but after a while when you start using keyboard shortcuts, they can actually be a little bit more clutter than they are more advantageous. So you can always uncheck Show Transport Controls. Those buttons will go away, and now you can simply navigate back and forth with the scrubber bar, or better yet, with 3 special keys. And those are the keys J, K, and L. Now, if you rest your fingers on J, K, and L and press the J key, you'll actually play in reverse. If you press the K key, it will pause, and if you press the L key, it will play forward. So it's a very quick way to navigate through a clip to mark your in and out points. Because if you look directly above your fingers on J, K, and L are the I and the O key. So very quickly, I could go through, find the point where I want the clip to start, press I, and now I want to go forward to choose my out point. Now, if I press the L key once, it plays at normal speed, but multiple taps, and I can fast forward. Press the space key to stop, press O, and now I can very precisely choose where I want a clip to start, to stop, mark my ins, mark my out, all without ever having my hand needing to leave the keyboard. Getting full control and a good comfort level with working in the source panel can really accelerate your editing when choosing the right part of a clip that you want to use. Up until this point in the course, you've had the opportunity to get exposed to Adobe Premiere Pro 6, how to import files, how to organize both your project panel as well as your source panel, and even mark some ins and out points. But we really haven't delved deep into editing into the timeline, and that's what we're going to do in this chapter. So the first thing we're going to do is load a clip from the project panel into the source panel, and one of the ways to do that is to simply double-click, and we're going to choose the bulb clip because I find that's very interesting. It's something we can mark an in and an out point. On this clip here, I don't have any in and out point marked, but you may already have in and out points if you've played with this clip earlier on before watching this movie. So I want to show you how to remove that before we get started. So let me go ahead and quickly put an in point in and move my playhead and put an out point in. As you see, this is what it would look like if you had an in and an out point already marked on your clip, something we did in an earlier movie. To remove that, you can simply right-click on it and choose Clear In and Out. Now, once again, we have a fresh clip. So I want to select the best part of this clip to start my program. And I can, of course, use the transport controls down in the lower part of this screen. But what I really want to do is I want to use keyboard shortcuts because that's much more efficient. Since we're working exclusively in the source panel, let me go ahead and press the tilde key in the upper left-hand corner of my keyboard, and that will bring the source monitor to full screen. So if I wanted to navigate through this clip using keyboard shortcuts, the 3 that I need to know are the letters J, K, and L. If I press the J key, it will play the clip in reverse. If I press the L key,
too slow actually, because if he's
it plays the clip forward. And while it's playing, if I hit the K key, it will actually pause playback. Of course, you can also pause and play with the space bar. So that's a very quick way to navigate to the area that I want. So I can hit the J key, go backwards, right before the light turns on, and by pressing the I key, I can mark my in point. Now, if I wanted to be very precise, instead of just pressing J and L by themselves, I can hold down the K key And then, for instance, if I tap L, I can literally move forward one frame at a time. And that way I can be very precise in choosing where my clip starts. I'm going to press the I key again, and that will relocate the in point a few frames later. Multiple taps on the J key will fast rewind, and multiple taps on the L key will fast forward. But in this case, it's a pretty short clip. I want to go forward, but I want to kind of go forward in slow motion. I don't want to just keep tapping L, 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 L. So here's a great trick. Hold down the K and the L key at the same time, and I can move forward in slow motion and get precisely to the part of the clip that I want to mark to be my out point. Once I'm in the proper position, I press O, and I'm all set. Now, you can use these buttons down here to mark in and mark out, but that's not very efficient. So I highly recommend sticking with the keyboard shortcuts I and O and the transport controls of J, K, and L. With the clip properly marked, we're going to go ahead and bring it into the timeline. Now, I'm going to press the tilde key so we can see the entire interface again. And I'm going to show you several ways that you can bring the clip into the timeline. We've seen that you can drag a clip by just dragging and dropping and letting go. And one of the things you may discover when you first drag a clip into a brand spanking new timeline is you may get a pop-up dialog box that informs you that the clip doesn't match the sequence's settings. And this is actually a pretty good thing, because if at the beginning you just skipped the selection of what type of sequence or you selected the wrong one, Adobe is smart enough to say, hey, if your clip is a certain frame rate and size, you probably want your sequence to match. So in general, I would select Change Sequence Settings to match my clip. Now, as you see, when I dragged a clip into the timeline, wherever I let go is where it ended up. And that's not really where I want it to be. I want it to be at the beginning. So let's take a look at a couple of other ways that we can bring a clip into our timeline. I'm going to go ahead and undo this by hitting Command-Z. On a Windows machine, that would be Control-Z. And instead of dragging the clip into the timeline, I can drag it from the source window into the program monitor. And then if I let go, it's going to place the clip at the very beginning of my timeline. And as you see, it moves the playhead to the end of the clip. Now the playhead, once again, is that yellow triangle with the red line dropping down. And the nice thing about this is it's preparing me for my next edit. Let's go ahead and bring another clip in, and we're going to bring it in a slightly different way. Let's go ahead and choose the plug clip. I'm going to grab the clip, and I can just drag it and drop it into the source monitor. And as you see, the effect is the same as if I've double-clicked it. As you see, there's already an in point and an out point marked in this clip, and they're not the ones that I want. I don't necessarily have to remove the in and the out point before I put new ones in. As a matter of fact, if I scrub over to any part of the clip where I want it to start, and maybe I want it to be right before his hand comes into frame, when I press the I key, it relocates the in point to that frame. And then I can scrub through either using JKL or just drag the playhead to the end of the part of the shot that I want and press O, and that will create a new out point. So we saw we could grab the clip and drag it from left to right as one way to bring a clip into the timeline. Let's take a look at another way. There are two buttons here. One says Insert and one says Overwrite. And at this point, their effect is exactly the same. We'll explore the difference between Insert and Overwrite edits in a later movie. But if I go ahead and I click on the Overwrite button, it will be the same effect as if I dragged it from the source panel to the program panel. So this is actually a little easier because I don't have to move my mouse as far, but the next way of doing things is the best way of doing things. And instead of using a button or dragging, we're going to use a keyboard shortcut. So once again, we'll select another clip in our project panel, and let's pick something interesting. We have the plug going in, so maybe we have the fan turning on. So I'm going to go ahead and double click and load the fan into my source monitor. And I'll scrub back to a nice part of the clip where it starts blowing, mark an in point, mark an out point, and now instead of dragging or clicking a button, I'm going to use a keyboard shortcut, and that is the period key. Anytime I want to bring a clip into my timeline, I can press the period key, and that creates what's called an overwrite edit. And as you see, my mouse didn't move, and the clip appeared directly on the timeline because I pressed period. So there are a few ways to bring clips from your source monitor into your timeline. There's no right or wrong. Do whatever works best for you. If you like dragging, drag. If you like buttons, buttons. But me personally, I like the simplicity of JKL, I and O, followed by the period key. Now that you're comfortable with bringing clips into the timeline, you've probably done something such as grabbing your playhead and scrolling back and watching your show by hitting the space bar. And your playhead may be sitting far out to the right or maybe sitting somewhere in the middle of the clips that you watched. If you went ahead and did exactly what we did in the earlier movie, which is bringing a clip in from the project panel into your source panel and then editing it into your show by a simple drag or pressing the period key, you'll notice that the clip doesn't go to the very end like it did before. It just lands wherever the playhead is. I'm going to go ahead and hit undo and move the playhead to an empty space later and do the exact same thing. As you see, depending on where that playhead is parked, when you perform an edit, that's where Adobe Premiere Pro is going to put the clip, unless you actually mark where you want the clip to go. And you're going to use the same skill that you used earlier by marking in and out points, except this time, instead of doing it in the source monitor, you're going to do it in your timeline. Let me go ahead and hit undo to remove that clip. And I'm going to move my playhead a little bit earlier, but I'm not going to actually have it touch this clip because I want you to see that it's going to put the clip exactly where I want it to be, not just where the playhead is left. I'm going to press I for in, and it's going to mark an in point in the timeline. Now, no matter where this playhead resides, it could be all the way down here. When I do an edit, I'm going to grab and drag it this time. You'll see the clip lands where the in point was marked. To be precise about where you want to put a clip in the timeline, don't always trust where the playhead is because a lot of time that moves while you're editing. Go ahead, position the playhead exactly where you want, and press the I key to mark an in point. I'm going to go ahead and undo my last edit. What I want to do is I simply want to have the new clip put in directly at the end of the fan shot. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab my playhead and drag it over to the very end, but look, it's kind of hard for me to see where the very end is. So if I hold down the Shift key, it turns on snapping temporarily, and it snaps like a magnet to the very end of that clip. I can simply press I to mark my in point, and now, no matter where that clip resides, when I drag this over or press the period key, it lands exactly where I want it. Now, conveniently, the playhead snaps to the very end of that clip, preparing me for the next edit. So it's good to keep an eye out where your playhead is, as well as mark an in point in your timeline so you can put the clip exactly where you want it. Now that we have a handful of clips in our timeline, let's take a look at how easy it is to move them. Now, a good analogy for video editing is like word processing. Think of these 4 clips as 4 paragraphs, and I just want to move them around because I want to change the order of my story. I'm going to bring this full screen by pressing the tilde key, and we're going to work exclusively in our timeline. Make sure that your timeline is selected, and you can see this full screen. Now, I want to zoom in a little bit here because why work with it so small on the left side? And to zoom in and zoom out very easily within your timeline is just simply pressing the plus key to zoom in and the minus key to zoom back out. So as you can see, we can zoom in a little bit. If you zoom in too much, it looks like we've lost our clips here, but what's actually happened is we just need to slide this little slider over to the left. I can also use this bar here to be very precise at how zoomed in or zoomed out I am. So once you get it to a comfortable zoom level, to move a clip, you can simply click on it and drag it and reposition it where you want. Now, the reason you might want to do this is maybe you wanted to add some more footage before we cut to the avocados, so you want to create a space that you can drop another clip into. Or maybe you just want to extend the beginning part of the avocado scene to part of the clip that we had trimmed out. And we're going to actually look at how to extend that in a later movie, but right now I just want you to get comfortable with grabbing a clip and moving them left and right in your timeline to reposition them. As a matter of fact, if I wanted to, I could grab this clip called plug and move it all the way to the end of my sequence, because maybe that's the last thing that I want to see. So as you can see, you can move these around pretty easily, but there is a couple of gotchas. First of all, if I grabbed a clip and I placed it where there already is another clip, it's actually going to cut out part of that clip and replace it with the clip that had just dropped over it. And you might want to do that. You might not. It can be a little bit dangerous. So let's go ahead and hit undo and just stick with simple moving clips around. Now, once again, I can drag this clip, and if I bring it right next to this one here, you see that it snaps directly to that clip. There's something called snapping, and there's a little button up here where you can toggle it on and off, and the keyboard shortcut for that is the letter S, which is pretty nice because you remember S for snapping. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to snap all my clips back together so I don't have any big spaces. And I'm really happy, but I just realized, you know what? I think this show should start off with something more natural. It should start off with the avocados. And the problem is, if I wanted to bring that to the beginning, I'd have to move everything down and plop that in. Well, there's something called a swap edit, which allows you to literally swap clips order. So I'm going to go ahead, grab the avocados, and I'm going to start dragging it where I want it to be. And if I let go now, it's actually going to delete the clip below it. And I know that because I see that down pointing arrow. So what I really want to do is I want to hold down a couple modifier keys. On the Mac, it's Command and Option. If you notice, with these modifier keys pressed, the image changes a little bit. I see a couple of things. I see little triangles in the upper left-hand corner of the clip, and I also noticed that the yellow icon above the clip has now changed to where you kind of see a return arrow. If I let go at this point, avocados get moved to the beginning and everything else slides down later in the timeline. I didn't cut anything out, and I didn't create any holes or gaps. So moving clips around your timeline is pretty easy. Just be careful not to accidentally step on another clip. And if you want to swap a clip's position, remember, hold down those modifier keys of Command and Option, and you can do it in just one step. In this movie, we're going to learn how to stretch a clip out if you need to make it longer or shorter. So once again, let's step into our timeline full screen by pressing the tilde key. And as we see, this is how we left it at the end of the last movie. I'm going to go ahead and move a couple of these clips around just so you see there's some gaps here. And what I want to do is I may want to make a clip longer or shorter, and it's really easy to do by simply going to the edge of the clip, and you'll notice a little red icon pops up, and I can drag the clip and make it longer, or if the arrow points the other way, and again, I'm going to simply deselect this and now select it again and drag it to the left to make it shorter. So I can easily trim a clip exactly the length that I want. Now I'm going to go ahead and step back out of this full screen view by hitting the tilde key again, because I want you to see what happens in the program monitor as I adjust the end of a clip. So if I go ahead and I grab the bulb 60 frames per second clip and I pull it, you'll notice that I actually see the very last frame, so I can precisely choose when I want that clip to end. You'll also notice that maybe I wanted it to go a little longer. If I run into another clip, it doesn't let me accidentally erase what's there. It's kind of like I hit a wall. And there are many editing tools that you can use to fix this situation, and we'll learn about those in later movies. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back so you can see my entire timeline and show you again how easy it is to select the edge of a clip and stretch it out. Now I'm actually making the clip longer, but I'm seeing everything I wanted to see in my clip. So adjusting a clip in the timeline, pretty easy. Just grab the edge and pull. The one thing to be aware of is if you do run out of media, and let me drag this all the way out, you see I can't drag it any further, not because I bumped into another clip, I simply used all the footage that was available in this clip. Now that we're comfortable with moving clips around and extending their edit points, there's another great tool if I actually want to cut out a part of a clip or cut a clip in half, and that's the razor tool. And this is the first time we've actually switched from our selection tool, which is a keyboard shortcut of the letter V, to a different tool, and we're going to switch to the razor tool, and its shortcut is the letter C. Think of that as cutting, so C for cutting. I'm going to select the razor tool, and you notice now that that is highlighted. And now when I come across any of these clips, the icon has changed, and I actually see a little bar. And if I click where the razor tool is hovering, it actually cuts that clip in half and makes it into 2 clips. Now, why would I want to do that? Well, there's a lot of reasons. If you wanted to perhaps go from black and white to color, I may put a filter on the first clip and leave the second one in color and simply put a dissolve in, and we'll learn how to do that later on in the course. Another thing I might want to do is just move things around, but I wanted to put maybe the avocado clip in between the fan clip. So I simply cut the clip in half with the razor blade, and now I need to make sure I switch back to my selection tool. So either click on the selection tool button or press the V key, and think of the V key as looking a little bit like an arrow. So that's an easy way to remember what the keyboard shortcut is. Now I simply want to swap out this clip with the avocado clip. So I'm going to simply grab it and drag it, and like we learned before, if I hold down the Option and Command key on a Mac, I can let go, and now part of my fan clip is at the beginning. I have the other footage, and then the second half of the fan clip. Another reason I may want to use the razor blade is maybe I just want to create a nice little hole and move part of this clip further down the timeline. I'm going to press the V key so you can see how easy it is to switch between tools, and I'll just drag this down the timeline a little bit later because I want to put a bunch of clips in here and I just want to leave a space. So as you can see, cutting a clip in half is as simple as selecting the razor blade, clicking, and you're done. So we know how to bring clips into our timeline. We know how to move them around and extend them. But how do I remove a clip? And there's a couple of ways to do that, and you get different results depending on the type of edit you do. So the first thing we want to do is say, remove this bulb clip. And I can select it, and if I want to delete that clip, it's called a lift edit in the technical jargon, but I just want to remove it, so I want to delete the clip. It's as simple as pressing the delete key on a Mac or the backspace key on a Windows machine. And if I press that key, the clip is now gone and it leaves an empty space, and this empty space is called a gap. And there's times you may want to leave an empty space, and there's times you may want to also close that empty space or close that gap. And that's a slightly different type of edit. So let's go ahead and hit undo. That's Command Z on a Mac and Control Z on Windows. And instead of doing a delete or backspace, I'm going to hold down a modifier key. First, I'll select the clip that I want to remove, and now I'll press Option Delete. And what you see is that not only is the clip removed, but the space is closed. That's also called a ripple delete, and some people also refer to that as an extract edit. If you're a clicker and you have your hand on your mouse, go ahead and just right-click on any clip, and you can see you have the choice to cut, which removes the clip. Let me undo that. Or I can right-click and choose Ripple Delete, and again, I have the same effect. Now, what about if I have a gap already because I didn't know how to do this earlier, or maybe I moved a clip and I just want to close that space? Well, think of that empty space also as a clip, and I can simply right-click on that empty space and choose Ripple Delete and close that gap, and I'm good to go. So removing a clip from your timeline is pretty easy. I can do them one at a time, or if I wanted to remove an entire chunk, I can just lasso them and hit delete, and they're all gone. Now remember, if you do this by mistake, you can always undo and bring them back. So deleting clips in your timeline, very simple. Whether you like to use a mouse or a keyboard shortcut, your choice, but it's fast and it's efficient. Just remember there's 2 types, a delete that leaves the space and a ripple delete that closes it. Now in earlier movies, you've learned to move clips around, even cut them in half and slide them down so you could add clips into your timeline to tell a slightly different story than maybe you originally intended. Well, I'm going to show you a way you can do a lot of that in just one step. And it's something called an insert edit. So for instance, if I wanted to drop a clip in between avocados and plug, and I'm going to simply drag my playhead, and you see I'll snap it between these two. It doesn't quite stop there. So if I hold the shift key down, it actually snaps right to that edit point. I can also use the up and down arrow keys to precisely jump to a cut point. So that's two ways to get there, but you want to make sure you're on the edit point, because if you're a frame or two early or late, you're actually going to get a flash frame after your cut of the previous shot, and that can be very distracting. So precision counts before you start doing an insert edit. Now let's load a clip from our project panel into our source window. I like this smartphone shot, so I'm going to go ahead, double click it, load it into my source panel. Just like before, we can mark an in and out point. I'm going to do this with a drag so I can actually see. There's some good action. Always try to cut on action. It's a long shot. I'm going to go ahead and pull this back a little bit. I don't need to see all of this. I want it to be about, I don't know, about that long. And that long is what? Well, I can go over here and see that's about 4 seconds. And 4 seconds is a good length for a shot. Now, there's a couple of ways to do an insert edit. Again, depending on whether you like to drag, whether you like to hit buttons, or whether you like to use keyboard shortcuts, whatever works for you, you can do. So we'll start off with one of the basic ones, which is a button, because my cursor is right here, and I can click this button here, which says Insert. Now, watch what happens to my timeline when I click the Insert button. It puts the clip exactly at the point where my playhead was parked and pushes the other clips after it down the timeline, or downstream is the jargon you might hear. So it actually will make my show longer, but I won't accidentally cut out any footage that I've already put into my timeline. I'm going to go ahead and hit undo, Command Z on a Mac and Control Z in Windows, and show you that I can also do that simply by grabbing it and dragging it over here. Now, what you see is it says drop to overwrite, and we'll discuss overwrite in the next movie. But if I hold down the modifier key, and on a Mac it's the Command key, it actually tells me what the keyboard shortcut is. And when I let go, it does the same thing. So if I'm in a rhythm of grabbing and dragging, I can do an insert edit by just holding down a modifier key. Now, of course, I like to edit quick, and I think keyboard shortcuts are the magic that allows me to do that. So let's go ahead and once again undo that with Command Z. And instead of doing any dragging, once I've marked my in and my out point, I'm simply going to press the comma key, and I can do my insert. Now, a word of warning, if my playhead is parked in the middle of a clip, and let me go ahead and choose the time-lapse sunset shot, because I think this is absolutely stunning, and we'll leave the in point just a little bit shorter. And now what would happen if I do an insert edit with my playhead parked in the middle of this clip? Well, exactly what you would expect to happen. It cuts it in half, and that's not what I want to do here. Now, there are times that you may want to do an insert edit and actually cut a clip in half. Maybe it's an interview, and you want to cut away to what the person's talking about and actually see the video and hear the ambient sound, and then return to the interview. And that's a perfect time to do an insert edit, and that saves you the trouble of placing your playhead on a clip, finding the razor blade, cutting it in half, moving it down, dropping the clip in, closing the gap. As you can see, very time consuming. The insert edit is an awesome tool when cutting your show. Another very useful edit is called an overwrite edit. This is a situation where maybe I want to replace one or two clips in my timeline, or just part of them, with another clip. And instead of going in and deleting them and leaving the space and bringing the new clip in, I just want to paste it over, just replace it with a new clip. And it's very easy to do. I can simply select the new clip that I want. Let's go ahead and scroll down and pick a nice clip. I really like this windmill and moonshot, so we're going to load that in. And I want to put it over this mess right here. And so I want to make sure that I'm right on that. And we learned earlier that I use the up and down arrow keys. I can get precisely on my edit point. So with that covered, I'm going to go ahead and select this shot, and we'll just mark an in point there and an out point here. And I can see this is a pretty long shot. It's about 12 seconds long. So I can go ahead and drag this over, And if I let go, it's going to perform an override edit, and take a look at what happens in my timeline. It actually removes all of the clips that were there and replaces it with this 12-second clip. Now, this is important for you to see. My clip was a little over 12 seconds long, 12 seconds and 3 frames precisely, but the space for all those clips was a little longer, and if I zoom in with the plus key, I had a little piece of a clip of the plug hanging on there. So this is something you need to be careful of when you do an override edit, that you really override everything that you intend to. Let's go ahead and zoom back full screen on the rough cut. There's a great keyboard shortcut for that. It's the / key. It's directly under the delete key, and that will allow me to see all of the clips in my timeline. And I'm going to hit undo. Once again, that's Command-Z on a Mac and Control-Z on Windows. That's probably my favorite keyboard shortcut because I make a lot of mistakes. And this time, I'm going to actually make this a little bit longer. I'm going to just grab the out point, and, well, right there is good. So I can actually either hit the O key where the playhead is parked or simply drag it. Now, if I go ahead and do an overwrite, I'm going to cover up everything. And instead of dragging it from left to right, I'm going to show you the other 2 ways of doing it. Again, there's a button, and it's this button right here. As you see, it says Overwrite. And I love the fact that in Adobe Premiere Pro that I can hover over any button, and it gives me a tooltip that tells me what that button does, and also the keyboard shortcut. If you notice, the keyboard shortcut for Overwrite is the period key, and we actually used that earlier on when we were bringing clips into the timeline. We were actually doing overwrite edits. But now that we have clips there, and our playhead is positioned earlier, when I hit that period key, I do perform an overwrite, and I replace all the other clips that were there with that one giant clip. Overwrite edits are very useful for creating cutaways or replacing footage with shots that are different than you originally intended. Well, up until this point, we've learned a lot of skills how to manipulate our clips in the timeline. And one of the things that makes or breaks a show sometimes is putting in a cutaway. And we have to actually put in a cutaway in this clip because if we watch it, it's actually 2 takes. When the director gave me this footage, he just gave me all of the interview as 1 clip. And I'm going to go ahead and play it, listen to it, and take a look at this frame that comes up that we're going to have to remove.
Right now, coming through this pipe is 35 gallons a minute of water that's taking care of my avocados in my home. This is being pumped right now with solar tech.
So I actually need to remove or cover over that pickup line. So I'm going to go ahead and use the skills we learned with the razor blade and the ripple delete and quickly remove that. I can simply go over here, and that's where I want to cut it. So I'm going to switch to my razor blade, which is the C key. I'll make a little cut there and drag it over here. And then when he comes back on camera, right before he starts talking, and maybe even leave a little bit of the word interview pickup, because we're going to hide that. And I'm going to razor blade that, switch back to my selection tool. That's the V key. And with the clip selected, I can simply right-click and do a ripple delete. So I've effectively tightened up this edit, and if I watch it, it sounds great.
Avocados in my home. This is being pumped right.
But it doesn't look great, and that's exactly why we want to create a cutaway. Now, we have a great cutaway. He's talking about avocados, and I'm going to go ahead and load this into the source monitor, and I think I picked a pretty good area. It's a nice rack focus. Maybe we'll do earlier where we're just seeing the avocados once they come into focus. We'll mark a new in point. And 3 seconds sounds about good, so I'll go ahead and grab this and shorten it just until I see it's about 3 seconds. And now I want to do an overwrite edit. So I'm going to go ahead and position this here and pull it over and do an overwrite edit, and you'll see a problem will happen. Well, I did. I replaced the bad cut with my avocados, but I also lost his audio.
Taking care of my avocados.
I actually just hear the sound of the farm equipment. But that's not my only problem. If I wanted to move this around, maybe I brought it in too early or too late, and I go ahead and I drag this left or I drag it right, it's going to leave a big gap and even cut off more of his audio. So let me go ahead and hit undo. I'm going to do it twice, Command-Z, and that will remove the clip from my timeline, get us back to where we want to be. And I'm going to scroll up a little bit. We haven't really looked at this, and you probably won't need to scroll because your screen resolution is probably a little bit larger than mine. But there's a second video track. As a matter of fact, there's as many video tracks as you ultimately need. And what I really want to do is I want to put this clip as a cutaway on the second video track. And there's a lot of ways to do that. And the easiest way is simply drag the clip and bring it down to the timeline and drop it where you want it to go. Now, I can drop it anywhere I want. It's going to naturally snap to the beginning of where my playhead is. But as long as I cover over that edit point, I'm going to be a happy camper. I let go. It places the clip above it. And now let's go ahead and play and see what it looks like.
There's 35 gallons a minute of water that's taking care of my avocados in my home. This is being pumped right now with solar technology.
Well, that's pretty cool. I don't cut off his voice. I do hear the farm equipment. We'll learn how to work with audio later on in this course. But I have a problem that I can very easily fix, and that is he talks about the avocados before I actually see the avocados. And I want to be able to move that. And the beauty of working with two tracks is I can simply grab that and using the skills that we learned earlier, just slide it down a little bit. And now when I hit play,
of water that's taking care of my avocados in my home.
I actually see the avocados when he's talking about the avocados, and I don't see that edit point at all. So cutaways can really help your show look good by covering over edits that you want to hide or just even showing what a person is talking about. You grab that and you down a little bit. And now when I hit play,
of water that's taking care of my avocados in my home.
I actually see the avocados when he's talking about the avocados, and I don't see that edit point. Overwrite edits. So cutaways can really help your show look good by covering over edits that you want to hide or just even showing what a person is talking about. Down a little bit. And now when I hit play, you grab that and you
avocados in my home.
I actually see the avocados when he's talking about the avocados, and I don't see that edit point. Overwrite edits. So cutaways can
of water that's taking care of my
good by covering over edits that you really help your show look just even showing what a person is talking about. Down a little bit, and now when I hit play, you grab that and you
avocados in my home.
You want to hide or just when he's talking about the avocados, actually see the avocado. Overwrite edits. So cutaways can
of water that's taking care of my
good by covering over edits that you really help your show look just even showing what a and I don't see that edit person is talking about. Down a little bit, and now when I hit play, you grab that and you
avocados in my home.
You want to hide or just when he's talking about the avocados, actually see the avocado. Overwrite edits
of water that's taking care of my
good by covering over edits that you really help your show look just even showing what a and I don't see that edit person is talking about. So cutaways can now when I hit play, you grab that and you down a little bit and you want to hide or just when he's talking about the avocados, actually see the avocado. Overwrite edits
of water that's taking care of my avocados in my home.
Over edits that you really help your show look good by covering, and I don't see that edit person is talking about. So cutaways can now when I hit play, you grab that and you down a little bit and you want to hide or just even showing what about the avocados, actually see the avocados when he's talking.
Water that's taking care of my avocados in my home.
Over edits that you really help your show look good by covering, and I don't see that edit point. Overwrite edits. So cutaways can now when I hit play, you grab that and you down a little bit and you want to hide or just even showing what about the avocados, actually see the avocados when he's talking person is talking about.
Avocados in my home.
Over edits that you really help your show look good by covering, and I don't see that edit point. Overwrite edits. So cutaways can
water that's taking care of my
grab that and you down a little bit. And now when I hit play, just even showing what about the avocados, actually see the avocados when he's talking person is talking about.
Avocados in my home.
You want to hide or just really help your show look good by covering over edits that you overwrite edits. So cutaways can
water that's taking care of my
grab that and you down a little bit. And now when I hit play, just even showing what and I don't see that edit actually see the avocados when he's talking about the avocados person is talking about.
Avocados in my home.
You want to hide or just really help your show look good by covering over edits that you Overwrite edits are
water that's taking care of my...
grab that, and you go cutaways can now when I hit play, just even showing what and I don't see that edit, actually see the avocados when he's talking about the avocados the person is talking about. Down a little bit, and you want to hide, or just really help your show look good by covering over edits that you... Overwrite edits are in this movie, we're going to learn about the replace edit. Now, the replace edit is an amazing tool because it allows you to swap out one clip for another. Now, this could be useful if you have a different take, or in this case, I showed the rough cut to the producer, and when I played it, they loved the idea of a light bulb turning on, but because this is all about solar energy and saving power, they wanted it to be a CFL bulb. So I actually have a shot of a CFL bulb, and we're going to load that into our source monitor by just double-clicking it, and I want to swap out this shot with the shot that's already here. And it's really easy to do if you know the modifier key to pull it off. Now, what I can do is I can mark the endpoint where I want this shot to start. I'm going to go ahead and mark the endpoint right there and hit I. And I'm going to grab it and drag it down to the timeline. And if I let go right now, you see that it's not going to only replace the original bulb, it's going to blow away everything at the end. And I don't want to figure out exactly how long this clip needs to be by marking in points and out points and whatnot. I want to be quick. So I can go ahead and hold down the Option key on a Mac or the Alt key on a Windows machine. And if you notice, the icon stays the same, but it only selects the clip where my cursor is hovering over. If I let go at this point, you'll see that bulb will change to CFL. So now I've just swapped out this clip, and if I hit play, it's perfectly timed because I matched my in point to my in point, and I'm good to go. A lot easier than marking ins and outs. As a matter of fact, you can even do this by grabbing a clip from your project panel, dragging it over, and holding down the modifier key to replace it. Now, that's great, but there's even a faster and more efficient way to do something. Now, in this case, I'm going to go ahead and hit undo a couple of times. We'll go back to our original bulb. What's more important than timing the beginning is sometimes timing a specific action. Maybe you're going from a wide shot of a baseball game of the batter hitting the ball to a close-up of the batter hitting the ball. And the key thing that's important is the moment the ball strikes the bat. And that could happen in the middle of a clip. So there's another way to do a replace. I could park this right about where this comes to full luminance. And then what I'm going to do is select my clip in the source monitor, and again, park the playhead where it's at full luminance for the CFL. So this is the critical point where my playhead is parked, and this is the critical point in my timeline where the playhead is parked. Now I simply right-click on the clip in the timeline. I get a drop-down menu, and look at that, Replace with Clip. And I have three choices. I can just grab the one in the source monitor, in which case it'll use the in point, but that's not really what I want. I want it to not only grab it from the source monitor, but I want it to match the exact frame where I have the playhead parked. So I can select that. Now, just for reference, I can also select from the bin, and again, it will choose the in point, or if there is no in point, it will choose the beginning of the clip. But this is the magic one. I simply click and select, and it swaps out the old clip with the new clip, lining up that one key moment at exactly where I want it. The Replace Edit is my favorite tool when swapping out an old clip with a new clip. In an earlier movie, we learned that I can actually put a cutaway on my second video track if I needed to either show what a person's talking about or to hide a cut. And we did this with this farmer interview shot. We had this cut right here, and we replaced it with our avocados B-roll. Well, let's go ahead and load the avocado B-roll back in. And if you watched that movie, you saw that I did this by simply dragging the clip to video track 2 and letting go. But that's not necessarily the fastest way to edit. A lot of times you either want to drag left or right or use a keyboard shortcut. Let me go ahead and mark a good in and out point in our timeline. So when he's starting to talk about avocados,
Of water that's taking care of my avocado.
so right about when he's going my avocados, I'll mark an in point, and I'll mark an out point when he's done talking, and we'll cut back to him.
Taking care of my avocados, my home. This is being
So mark an out point. So instead of dragging this down, I've marked my in and out point like we learned in the 3-point editing movie, and I can go ahead and mark an in point in my source. Now, if I did the traditional edit that we've been doing by dragging it over or hitting the period key, it deletes what's there. I actually want to put it on the second track. So let's go ahead and hit undo. And what we're going to learn is how can I target what's here to the second track and still use keyboard shortcuts or still drag from the source to the program window. So what I want to do is I want to tell Premiere Pro that ignore video track 1 and put my video onto track 2. So I can just click on that to turn it on. And I'm going to scroll down here. Now you probably won't have to scroll because I have less screen resolution. And I'm going to say instead of putting the audio onto audio 1, let's go ahead and put audio onto track 2. So I go ahead and I turn that off. And I'll move this up a little bit so you can actually see what I've done. You'll notice that my blue line is over here. And when I drag this over, instead of going to track 1, it actually puts it onto track 2, and I have my cutaway. The nice thing is, if I'm going to put a lot of B-roll on this interview segment, once I've set my track targeting, I could go ahead and mark an in point here and perhaps show some of the water that he's talking about. And I'll again just mark an in and out point directly in my project targeting panel. And I could go ahead and drag it up there. You'll notice it'll go onto video track 2. And I can control, if I wanted to put things on track 3 or any track that might be above. So as you see, track targeting is very useful. The key here is to make sure that the track you want your video and your audio to go to are the ones that are highlighted. In the previous movie, we learned how to put video and audio onto video track 2 and audio track 2. And if we went ahead and we played these clips, you'll notice that the audio is a little bit distracting.
Through this pipe, there's 35 gallons a minute of water that's taking care of my avocados and my home. This is being pumped.
Now, what's really distracting is more the farm noise as opposed to the sound of the water. I can almost expect to hear the water. So what I want to do is I want to delete just the audio from the avocado clip and leave the video. But if I select either the audio or the video, you have to be careful when you click on a clip because sometimes they jump. You'll notice that both are selected. These clips are linked together, and this is the default of the editing application because you want to make sure that your video stays in sync with your audio. Now, I could ultimately turn down the volume on the avocado clip, but what I really want to do is I want to replace that maybe with the pumping sound of the water just to give it a smoother edit. So how do I break this link? Well, there's several ways to do it. I can select the clip and I can either do this from a pull-down menu, or since I've already selected the clip, it's a lot easier for me simply to select Unlink. And as soon as I click on Unlink, you'll notice that there was a little line here and it's gone. And now when I click on avocados in the audio track, that's all I select. And the same thing goes for video. So because they're no longer linked, I can select it and simply press the delete key on a Mac or the backspace key on Windows and remove that clip. And now I don't have to hear the sound of the farm machinery. Now, I want to keep hearing the sound of the pumping water, and I hope I have enough media to do this. And so I'm going to go ahead and grab the edge and stretch it, but I can't. If you notice, there's a pop-up window that says the trim is blocked by the video on V2. So I need to somehow break the relationship here of the video and the audio. And once again, I can unlink it, but that gets a little bit dangerous because I could actually put the water out of sync with itself. Now, water is water, but there are many times where if you unlink something, you could get into trouble. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you exactly how much trouble you can get into. If I right-click on this and I select Unlink, now my water is out of sync with everything. And if I don't remember to put it back together, I'll notice 20 minutes later that everything is messed up in my timeline. So let me go ahead and undo that. I'm going to hit undo once to bring it back and undo a second time to relink it. As you see, it's now underlined. And instead of unlinking it permanently, I can hold down a modifier key. In this case, it's the Option key on a Mac and the Alt key on Windows, and simply extend or drag just the audio. What I'm doing by holding that modifier key down is temporarily breaking the link so I can make one of these clips longer than the other one. But you'll notice they're still linked together at this point. If I remove my finger from the modifier key and I select pumping water, they're linked. If I move one, the other one moves too. Let's go ahead and play it back and hear how much smoother the edit is.
Through this pipe, there's 35 gallons a minute of water that's taking care of my avocados and my home. This is being pumped.
So that's great. It sounds like it's the background sound of when he's talking, and then we can eventually lower the volume of the pumping water. But being able to unlink two clips to delete part of it, or being able to temporarily unlink a clip, are very useful tools when editing. In this movie, we're going to learn about ripple edits and roll edits. They're actually two different types of trimming the edge of a clip to make sure that your show actually is paced perfectly. For instance, let's take a look at these first two shots. We have a shot of the person turning on the light switch.
One. Oh.
And then the light turns on. As you see, that would be pretty boring. What we want to have happen is we want to see the light get flicked on, and as soon as the switch clicks, I want to cut to the light and see the light turn on, which means I need to trim the tail of this clip and the head of this clip. And if you notice, we trimmed clips before. We learned how to do that by making clips longer and shorter. And if I hover my mouse over the edge of the clip, it points to the direction of the clip I want to shorten, and I could just drag this all the way to the point where we see the light get turned on and then just let go. And then I have this big gap, and then I'm going to go ahead and remove the gap. I could right-click and ripple delete, and then I could do the same thing here, and right before the light comes on, there we go, have another gap and right-click and ripple delete. And now we have perfect timing, and you know, that works just great, but it's not very fast. So let's go ahead and undo several steps back to where we were at the very beginning. There we go. I think I hit undo 4 times. And there we have our lousy timing. So instead of using this traditional red trim tool, I can go over here. And again, we're going to go to our tool tips. And you see there's an option for a ripple edit tool. And now if you notice, the color has changed. And if I go ahead and I grab the light switch and I make it shorter just to where he flicks the switch, I can let go. But do you notice how the program window looks a little different? Before, we just saw the last frame of the first clip. What we're seeing now is not only the last frame of the first clip, but on the right side, we're seeing what it's going to cut to, assuming the gap isn't there. And as soon as I let go of my mouse, not only does it shorten the clip, it closes the gap. So instead of doing it in 2 steps where I shorten it and then I have to remove the gap, I can do it in 1. I can do the same thing the other way around. Let me go ahead and deselect this so nothing is selected. And if you notice now when I hover my mouse over it, I can click, and now I'm going to drag to the right. I see the switch at the very end, but I'm going to go ahead and just move it right before the light turns on, and it deletes everything in front and removes the gap. Let's go ahead and play that.
1.
Well, I was a little bit off there, and that definitely happens. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and trim a little bit more off at the beginning, and I'm going to show you a really cool technique so you don't have to step off and step back on. Let me zoom in so you can see a little clearer. I'm going to hit the plus key a couple of times, and I want to grab the left side, and I don't want to have to click off there. Well, there's a great little keyboard shortcut, and it revolves around the T key. If you hit Command T, every time I tap the T key, you notice that it's toggling between 5 different states of trim. We saw the red ones. That's the trim that's going to leave a gap. There's also one where it's on both sides. That's a roll edit, and we're going to look at that shortly. And then if I tag it again, I actually get the yellow ripple delete trim edit, and I can go ahead and grab and pull this to the left just until the switch is clicked. And now we go ahead and hit play. And our timing's pretty good. I could go ahead and hit Control T and really refine this because I think I need to pull that back just a little bit. And if you notice, I can pull to the left with the yellow cursor, and it's going to just add media to the beginning and push everything down. It's not going to remove any of the clip on the left. We'll get that just right. And look at playback. Perfect. So that's the advantage of using the Ripple Trim tool in Adobe Premiere Pro. Now, I also mentioned something called a roll. So let's go ahead and jump back to see the entire timeline. And I could hit the minus key several times, but instead of that, I'm going to press the backslash key. And that's going to show me my entire timeline. And if I go over to these clips on the right and I hit play, I have one clip that's the fan, and that's 4 seconds long. And I have another clip of these wind turbines and the moon in the background. And it would be great if they were equal length. And I don't want to go do that whole ripple thing because then I'd be deleting and moving things around. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to switch from my ripple tool to my rolling edit tool, which is the N key. So I click on that. And now if I come over here and click on the edit point, and with it clicked, I can move my mouse left or right. You'll notice once again, I see the last frame of the first clip, which is the fan, and I see the first frame of the incoming clip, which are the wind turbines, and wherever I let go of my mouse is where the cut's going to move to. So it's very easy for me to roll the edit point to make one clip longer and the other clip shorter. Unlike the ripple delete, where I'm changing the duration of my show, with the roll edit, what I take from one clip, I give to the other. So the total duration of these two clips will always stay the same. And that's a great tool to use when your timing is perfect, but maybe you cut to something a little bit too early or a little bit too late, but you don't want to change the duration of your whole show. A really cool trick is if you know exactly where you want that edit to occur, you can simply select the edit point with the roll tool, position your playhead exactly where the cut should be, perhaps on the musical beat, and simply press the E key for what's called an extend edit. And as you see, the edit automatically moves to the precise location where your playhead was parked. The extend edit is one of my favorite tools, and it's easy to remember because once you have the edit selected, you press E for extend. In this movie, we're going to learn two new kinds of edits, a slip edit and a slide edit. If you take a look at the first three clips on my timeline, I'm going to go ahead and play them back. We have the fan and the light bulb that we've been seeing, as well as a shot of an iPad. And the fan looks great. The light bulb's just on, so that's boring, and we have some nice action on the iPad. Well, we know from the previous movies there's a really cool section of that clip where the light bulb actually turns on, and that's what I want to see. But my timing is perfect. I really want these edits to happen specifically at these cut points. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer. I'm going to press the plus key so we can focus just on those three clips. And what I want to do is I want to simultaneously change the in point and the out point of this clip so we see the light turning on. Now, I'm going to go ahead and double click on this clip and load it back from the timeline into the source monitor. This is actually now the clip that's in my timeline, and if I made any adjustments to it in the timeline, it would reflect up here and vice versa. We're going to go into that in greater detail in future movies, but this is a really good editing practice to understand if you want to modify a clip that's already in your timeline. And I can see what the in and out points are. If I go ahead and hit play, the light's already on. So what I really want to do is I could go up here and drag it out of the track and stretch this out to where the light turns on, and then I got to slide it over and then make it shorter and then bring it back down. That's just a nightmare. Let me go ahead and hit undo. We know that's Command-Z and Control-Z on Windows. And we're going to leave it exactly where it is. But instead of leaving it on the selection tool, we're going to switch to a new tool that we haven't used yet, and that's called the slip tool. And the keyboard shortcut for that is the letter Y. Now, take a look what happens when I click on the clip with the slip tool. It's different than when I normally click on it with the selection tool. If I start to drag left or right, take a look in the upper right-hand window in the program monitor. I actually see the first and last frame of the light bulb clip with time code showing me approximately what the time is on the original media, and I see the last clip of the fan and the first clip of the iPad, just so I can get a sense of things. As I move my mouse left and right, I can actually change the timing of the clip just so that it turns on at the right moment. Now, I haven't let go of my mouse. Take a look at what happens in my timeline when I release the mouse. Nothing changed in the orientation of how these clips are cut. The timing is exactly the same. But when I go ahead and I play the clip, I actually see the light turn on. I'm going to quickly go ahead and do an undo and a redo because I want you to look in the upper left window in the source window to see what happens to the green in and out selection on this clip. If I hit undo, it's going to take me back to the original in and out point, which was much later on. And if you notice that the duration of the clip doesn't change, and then if I hit redo, and we haven't used redo yet, if you go under the edit menu, you can see there's an option to redo. And this is important because I'm pretty impatient and I tend to hit undo one time too many. so you can always redo. And if you notice, when I redid this, it moved the end point back to that perfect timing. So the slip edit is an amazing tool. I use this a lot when I know that the timing is right, but I'm just looking at the wrong part of the media. I didn't put quite the right in and out point that I want. Another way you could do a slip is if you load the clip back into the source monitor, as long as you have the slip tool selected, I can simply grab the middle of this clip and I could move it left and right this way. So 2 ways to get to the same result, but it's a very, very powerful tool. Now, complementing the slip tool is the slide tool. And if we scroll down a little further in our timeline, I'm just grabbing the bar here and moving it to the right. I'll give you another trick. If you press the H key for hand, you can actually move left and right and slide your timeline to where you want it to be. So let's go ahead and position the second set of clips directly in the middle of our timeline. Every time I switch to a new tool, by habit, without even thinking about it, I always want to go back to my selection tool. Normally I just press the V key without thinking, but I'm going to show you here by clicking the button. Now if I play this clip, we have this beautiful shot of the moon rising over these wind turbines. I have a shot of a person plugging in a power cable, and the timing is perfect. And then we cut to this fan. So I love the shot in the middle. I mean, I wouldn't want to ever slip this because I actually timed this perfectly and it cuts just at about the right time. But I want to get to it a little bit sooner. I'm looking at the windmills just a few frames too long. So I'd love to slide this whole thing back. And of course, if I just grabbed it and moved it, we know what the result would be. I'd end up probably deleting the clip at the beginning and having this huge gap here. Let me go ahead and hit undo. So instead of just grabbing it with my selection tool, I can go over here and choose the slide tool, which is the keyboard shortcut of U. With the slide tool selected, you notice that my cursor now changes. When I click on the clip and start moving it either left or right, again, I get a new pop-up window. And this looks a little bit like that slip window, just kind of inverted. If you notice on the top, I have the first and last frame of the plug, which doesn't change as I move left or right, but what I'm seeing now is the last frame of the windmills clip and the very first frame of the fan. So if I want this all to happen earlier, I switch to the slide tool, move this to the left, let go of my mouse, and as you can see, I've deleted the end of the first clip, but I don't have that gap anymore that I'd have to stretch out of the following clip. So the slide tool is very helpful, again, because it allows you to edit using just one action instead of using 3 or 4 separate actions. Slipping and sliding, 2 great ways to fine-tune your edit. In this movie, we're going to learn about subclipping and why you would want to use a subclip. I only have one clip for us to work with. It's the farmer interview. So let's go ahead and double-click and load that into the source panel. Now, if we play through this, he has about 3 separate ideas or 3 separate sound bites. And as a matter of fact, we looked at this clip earlier, and when the director gave this to me, there was even a pickup and a piece of black that I want to pull out. I know I'm never going to put this in the show. So what I want to do is I want to, instead of having one big long clip, I'd like to have 3 short clips that would be very easy for me to find. Now, this is only an 18-second clip to start with. But there'll be times when you may be given a 20-minute clip that you don't want to have to search through all 20 minutes. Perhaps it's a concert or a really long interview. You want to be able to break it up into small chunks that you can find quickly. And that's what subclipping is all about. To subclip a larger clip, you just simply mark in and out points at strategic places. In this case, with each of the 3 thoughts that he talks about. Let's go ahead and hit play and mark an in and an out point for his first soundbite.
I'm here.
Okay, so right before he goes, I'm here. Mark an in.
I'm here at my well. I'm about a mile from my house.
I'm here at the well about a mile from my house. That's a great little soundbite that I want to make into a subclip. So I've marked an in and an out point, and I simply go up to clip and I say make subclip. Before I do this, let's go ahead and switch from the icon view to the list view. Now, this isn't necessary for your actual editing, but it might make it easier for you to see what's happening. So with this clip selected, I'll go up here to Clip, say Make Subclip, and I get a dialog box that allows me to name the subclip. It uses the name of the original clip and then simply appends a .subclip to it. Now don't worry that it actually says Interview Farmer and it might be confusing. We can actually change that later. What we want to do is very quickly go through and subclip the next two sections. So I'm going to go ahead once again. He starts the next section. I mark an in point. And then before it goes to black, I mark the out point. And once again, I can go Clip, Make Subclip, and then simply say OK. And as you see, there's a different icon down here for each of the subclips. We're going to make one more, and I'm going to make it a slightly different way. Again, I'm going to scrub through. Right as soon as we come back from black, I'm going to mark an in point. And when he finishes talking, I'm going to let it run to the end just so that I have a little bit of handle in case I want to do a dissolve. Instead of going up to the clip drop-down menu and say Make Subclip, I can actually just drag it into my browser as long as I hold a modifier key. If I'm on a Macintosh, I'll hold down the Command key, and on a Windows machine, I'll hold down the Control key. So in this case, I'll press Command, I have my in and my out point selected, I drag it, and simply drop it into my project panel. As you see, I get the choice for how I want to name it, and for now, I'll simply say OK. So there we go, I have three subclips. If I click on any of these to load them back into the source panel, I only see that one little piece of the soundbite. And this is great for when I need to put together an edit if I want to make these more spaced out or if I want to find something very quickly. Now, if I want to find something very quickly, it might benefit me to change the name. And to change the name of any clip in my project panel, I can simply select it, highlight what I want to change, and I'm going to just go ahead and put in a space and type in the word well. So now I can know which part of the soundbite that is. And I can go through and I can change all of my subclips. Now, in the case of an interview, I could write the soundbite, but if I'm doing, say, a concert and I want to cut it down to each individual song, I could name it by the title of the song, or if I just have a lot of footage, I can subclip it and label it to the type of shot that is being shown in that clip. So as you see, creating subclips is very easy, but more important, it's very useful. In this movie, we're going to talk about something called match framing, but before we get into that, I want to explain a very important concept for you to get your head wrapped around when it comes to editing in any non-linear editing system such as Adobe Premiere Pro. And that is when you take a clip and you load it from the project panel into the source monitor, and then mark an in and an out point and bring it into your timeline, Premiere Pro actually makes a new pointer or reference to the original media. So this clip in the timeline, though it has the same name as this clip in my project panel, they're related, but only by blood. They're kind of like two sons from the same parent. So for instance, if I go to this clip here and I choose to make it longer or shorter, it never affects the clip that's in my project panel, and vice versa. For instance, in an earlier movie, we took the clip that was in the timeline, we double-clicked it to load it back in the viewer, and I'm going to go ahead and zoom out so we can see the in and out points that are marked. This is the clip that came in from our timeline. If I make a change down in the timeline, it's reflected up here in our source monitor. If I make a change here in our source monitor, it's reflected down here in the timeline. And that's perfect because that's the clip that I loaded in from the timeline. If I had another instance of this clip, maybe instead of the light turning on, I have the light turning off. So let me go ahead and mark an out point and then an in point, and I'll drag this down to later in the timeline. So this is a brand new instance. So if I go over here and I look at this clip and there's the light turning on and I make it shorter, do you notice it didn't affect this clip here? And because this clip was the one I just dragged in, it didn't affect this clip here. So it's something to keep in mind that every time you drag a clip from the project panel into your timeline, whether you stop in the source monitor or not, it's going to make a new reference or a new pointer. So I can go ahead and make any modification I want to this clip here, and it won't affect any other time I've used it in my program or in my project panel. And that's great. And that's going to take us to the idea of match framing. I'm going to go ahead and delete this second clip here. And I'm going to close this folder. And I'm going to pretend this is one of hundreds of folders and thousands of clips. I want to find the original footage so I can get the part of the clip where the light turns off. Well, instead of doing all of this hunting, I can simply park my playhead anywhere over that clip and press the F key to load a copy of that clip from my project panel into my source monitor. Notice what happens with the timecode when I do this. It loads the clip in. It looks like the same one because it actually remembers what the in and out points are, and that's kind of nice. But in this case, I want to see where the light turns off. So I'm going to go ahead and scrub a little bit down the timeline. There we go. There's where the light turns off. Mark an out point, mark an in point, and drag it down to the end of my program. So there we go. We used match frame to very quickly find the original shot, and not only find it, but load it into the source monitor so I can actually grab a different section of it. And this is great, especially if you have like a 15-minute clip, it's a concert, and you just want to find that, and you don't want to go digging for it. Match frame. The keyboard shortcut is F, easy to remember, frame. Now, there's a couple of other things you need to know if you're going to be using this match frame keyboard shortcut. In an earlier movie, we actually stacked some video on track 2. And perhaps you might even have video stacked on more than 2 tracks, 2, 3, or 4. I'm going to go ahead and scroll down. Remember, my monitor is showing much lower resolution than yours, so you may not need to scroll down at all. And then I'm going to go ahead and put another clip on top of this bulb. And I'm going to go ahead and we'll just choose the fan clip, load that into the source monitor. It's a good arbitrary in and out point. And I will go ahead and drag it down into my timeline. And I'll even make it the same length. So what's going to happen now if I hit the F key? Let me go ahead and close this so the fan's not already there. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you a really cool thing about Premiere Pro. If I click right here on this drop-down menu, I can actually find all the recent shots that I used in editing. And this list can actually get quite long, but it's great if you say, I want to find that shot that I used just a few minutes ago. It's there. And if you ever want to clear this list, just go close all, and now it's blank. So we're going to pretend that I want to find the fan, and I'm going to use the F key for a match frame. I hit the F key, and I get the light bulb. Why is that? Well, that's because of the information here, the selected track. Premiere Pro will look at the highest selected track, and a selected track is just a track that you've clicked on, and there's a gray highlight. So now, with the second track highlighted, if I hit the F key, it loads the highest visible track that's activated. So that's how you can be very specific about finding a clip anywhere in your timeline and on any vertical track. Now I'm going to show you one last really useful technique to find footage. Let's go ahead and close the B-roll folder one more time. Suppose that I want to find where this original clip lived. I don't want to load this CFL bulb clip into my source monitor because that's not the clip I want to use, but I know that the next shot in my B-roll folder is the one I want to use. So I just want to find that folder and find this shot very quickly. Instead of hitting the F key, I can right-click on any clip in my timeline, scroll down, and there's an option to reveal in project. No matter how deeply buried this clip is, when I click on it, it will actually open up the folder and highlight the clip that I'm looking for. And there we go. Next to that CFL bulb was the other shot I was looking for, which was the light switch, and I can load that into the viewer very quickly. So those are two really useful features: match frame, hitting the F key to load a copy of a clip into your source monitor, and then reveal in project to find a clip anywhere in your project panel. In this chapter, we're going to look at making your editing more efficient and your experience that much more pleasurable when working with the interface of Adobe Premiere Pro 6. So I want to start off and talk about working in the timeline or in the sequence and some things that if you know about, it's going to make editing a lot more fun and a lot more fluid. Now, as you see, we don't even have a sequence yet. And in earlier movies, we learned that we can quickly create a sequence based upon the clips that we're editing with by simply grabbing any clip that we know that we're going to be using and dragging it onto this icon that looks like a piece of paper. So I'm going to simply select, say, the copier clip, and I'll drag it on that piece of paper. And Premiere Pro will automatically create a new sequence based upon the size of that clip and the frame rate, and even put that clip into my timeline. Now, that may not be the first shot I want to use, and I can go ahead and I can simply select and delete that. And I'm going to go over here and make sure I change the name of my sequence to something that's more useful. In this case, we'll just call it Rough Cut. And we're ready to start editing. Now, these are skills that we've already learned, but I want to explain exactly what's happening here and ways that you can maybe modify your sequence so it's a little easier to work with. Let's go ahead and grab any clip and drag it in. I kind of like this iPad shot, so I'm going to go ahead, drag it in, and I'm going to drop it directly into my sequence and let go. Now, I can barely see this. I don't know how long this clip is unless I select it, but I do know that if I want to zoom in, I can simply hit the plus or the minus keys to zoom in to more detail and the minus key to zoom out to less detail. But more efficient would actually be hitting the backslash key, and whether I have one clip or 1,000 clips in my timeline, I'll be able to see them all with a single keystroke. Now, by default, when you create a new sequence, it's going to give you a certain look. Let's go ahead and expand our sequence to full screen by hitting the tilde key in the upper left-hand corner of the keyboard. And you'll notice you have 3 video tracks and 3 audio tracks by default. And then there's a lot of icons here, and that's what I want to actually talk about. We'll cover some of them in this movie and some of them in the following movies. The most important thing that I want you to see is this little disclosure triangle here. If you click on that disclosure triangle, you notice that all that information here has gone away. So I'm going to go ahead and open that up, and that's where I actually see the icon at the beginning of the clip, so I know what shot I'm using. There's a yellow line here, and that's actually opacity. And opacity is whether the clip is transparent or not, and that's actually on by default. And that's one of the things that we're going to change at this point because it's very dangerous to leave on when you're editing. As a matter of fact, I like to turn it off almost immediately, and that brings us over to a couple of buttons that are over here. If I click on Set Display Style, I get a drop-down menu. And the first thing that I can do is I can switch to, if I just want to see the icon or the picture of the first frame of video, or maybe I want to see both the first and the last frame to see what's happening. Let's go ahead and stretch this clip out a little bit longer. And as you notice, if we stretch it long enough, let me go ahead and zoom back way, way out. Stretch it really long. We can actually see that it's changed from the very first frame to the very last frame where he's looking at a different screen on his iPad. Now, I can go here and I can say, show every single frame. And this, some editors like, and it's really good if you need to find one shot where maybe there's a bump or a flash frame. As I stretch this out or zoom in to get more detail, I'm going to see more and more frames to choose from. I actually find this rather cluttered, and I generally don't use that view. Some editors really don't like to be distracted at all by the images, and you can go ahead and you can turn off all poster frames at the beginning and the end. Let's go back to the default setting, which is at the head only. Now, there's also one whether we choose to show markers or not, and we'll explore that in the movie on markers. This drop-down window here is critical because it allows me to hide that opacity slider. This is a big problem when I'm editing. If I go ahead and I grab a clip and I want to move it, sometimes if I grab it in the middle, I'll grab that opacity slider and make my clip transparent. So I'll see it on my timeline, but I won't see it in my final show. So to keep me out of trouble, I'm going to go ahead and turn that off and simply say, hide keyframes. And now I can't grab it. And only when I'm ready to work with the opacity or work with other keyframes would I then go back and turn that on. And what's really nice about Premiere Pro is it actually has a big circle with the line through it. So with a quick look, I can see that I'm not seeing any of my keyframes because they're hidden. Now, what would happen if I bring a second clip onto video 2? And we learned how to do that in an earlier movie. I'm going to go ahead and press the tilde key and bring us back to our original look. And I'll grab the fan B-roll and just drag it onto track 2. And as you notice, if I scroll up here, we have little scroll wheels. You've seen me use this before, but if you've skipped ahead right to this movie, I want to make sure that you know that if you're not seeing all of your clips, you can scroll up and down to see more detail. But by default, this disclosure triangle is closed. So that's why I'm seeing the little icon here, but nothing here. And as a matter of fact, if I look at my audio tracks, they're closed by default. So let's go ahead and bring this full screen one more time so it's easier to see. Open up the video tab. So now it looks a lot like video 1. And I want you to note that just because I turned off the opacity on track 1, I have to manually go through and turn it off on any other track that I open up if I don't want to accidentally grab that little slider. So let's go ahead and hide keyframes. I want to flip down the disclosure triangles for my audio because this is critical if you want to see your audio waveforms. Once this is open, again, I can go over here to Set Display Style, and I can choose whether to show the audio waveforms or just the name. Now, I really don't see a lot of audio happening here, and that's because it's so small. If we had the narrator talking, you might see a little bit more spikes, but there's a lot of times when this line's going to be really thin, or that you can't see what's happening in this little icon. And what I want to point out that if I hover my mouse between any two tracks, I can click and drag and make that track higher. And this would let me see more of what's going on with my audio waveforms if I had narration. I can do the same thing here with video. So the fact that I can easily adjust different tracks when I'm doing different types of work is very efficient. I'm going to press the tilde key just so we can see this full screen. And as you see, this is great. I can really see what's happening on tracks 1 and 2, but I don't see my other tracks, so I can simply scroll down or scroll up. And as we learned earlier on, if I needed to adjust my workspace, I can always resize my windows, so I'm giving a lot more real estate to my timeline. Being able to see what you want to see and what you need to see is very important when editing. So controlling the look of your timeline is very important. Now, if you use the default settings, Premiere Pro will give you 3 video tracks and 3 audio tracks to edit with. And a lot of times that's perfect. That's all the tracks you need. But there's times when you want maybe a 4th or 5th video track if you're doing some sort of complex layers where you're doing pictures in pictures, or maybe you're doing a complex audio mix where you have lots of voiceovers and sound effects and narration and music, and you need to be able to easily add and remove tracks and even rename them. And that's what we're going to quickly look at in this movie. To give us a little more real estate, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to change my layout because what's important to me is the sequence area, and I want to be able to grab some video from my project pane. So I've resized my window so it's a little easier for you to see. And there we go. We have our 3 video and our 3 audio tracks. And we've learned in previous movies that I can open and close these tracks, but how do I add tracks? And there's lots of different ways to do it depending on where you are in the editing process. One of the easiest ways to add a track if you're dragging and dropping, and I'm going to just do it from the project pane, but you're aware that you can also do this from the source monitor, is I can just grab any clip, and let's go ahead and grab the microwave clip. Maybe we're going to be doing a quad splitter or something, and I can just throw it onto 3, and now I filled up all my space. What do I do when I need track 4? Well, I'm going to go ahead and I'll grab the smartphone shot, and when I drag that onto where the 4th track would be, as you see, Adobe Premiere Pro is smart enough when I let go of my mouse to actually create that 4th track. So I can keep dragging things on and create tracks that way. Or if I want, I can go ahead and add tracks before I even bring clips in if I need to do track targeting. And we learned about track targeting a little bit in an earlier movie. So let me go ahead and delete or undo this. I'm going to hit Command Z. And not only does it remove the clip, it removes the track that it created. If I want to very quickly create a track while I'm editing, I can simply right-click on my timeline and look at that. I can add and delete tracks right here. So I'm going to go ahead and click Add Track, and I get a dialog box. And I don't have to add just one track. I can actually add multiple video tracks, multiple audio tracks, and then there's something called submix tracks, and that really takes us to another level of editing, and we're not going to get there in this essential training course. But the choices I have when I add the new tracks is I can add them after the top track, which is the default, or I can actually add them in between tracks, or if I need to put something in on the bottom layer, perhaps I'm doing a chroma key and I forgot to put a track in for the background, I can sneak a track in underneath the existing track that's already there. And I can do the same thing with audio. Now, in the audio section, there are different track types, and we're going to address that in the audio section of this training. So for now, just leave that at standard. So we're going to go ahead and add, say, 2 video tracks, and I can simply type in 2 there, and we'll add in 2 more audio tracks and press OK. And there we go. We have plenty of tracks to work with, and we can easily add more if necessary. By the way, you can also add tracks at the very bottom of the sequence drop-down menu. There you go, add and delete tracks. Another thing you can do is rename your track. And that's very easy to do. I can rename my track by right-clicking on it and click rename. And this becomes, instead of video 5, you can't actually see the 5, I could give it a name that's more appropriate. So perhaps I'm going to call that Bug. Now, why would I call a track Bug? Well, perhaps I'm going to put the logo of my company in the bottom right-hand corner on that track as a transparent layer, and I always want to know where it is. Audio is more critical to label, so I can go ahead and I can rename, say, Audio 1 as Narration, and then I can go down and say Audio 2 could be Background Sound. We'll call that Ambience. A and B. It's pretty quick. I can see that that's ambience. And finally, we'll rename track 3 to be music. So instead of referring to these as track 1, 2, and 3, I can quickly look and see, my narration track, my ambient track, my music track, and so on. Now, to clean house, when you're all done editing or if you just created too many tracks, you can simply right-click, and one of the options is delete tracks and delete track. The difference here is if I hit delete track, I can isolate and just delete one track, where if I choose delete tracks, I get another dialog box, and this is kind of like the reverse of what we saw earlier with adding tracks, and I can just choose delete video tracks and audio tracks and any track that might be empty. I can also specify a track that I might want to remove, and you can actually remove a track that has video attached to it. So be careful when making the selection. I'm going to simply hit OK. All those extra tracks are gone. My timeline's nice and neat, and I'm good to continue editing. So as you see, adding tracks, removing tracks, and renaming tracks, very easy, but a very important skill to have. In this movie, we're going to take a quick look at some ways that you can bring in just your video or just your audio from a clip that has both video and audio. A lot of times people drag in both the video and the audio, and then they have to go back and unlink it and delete it, and it becomes a lot more work than necessary. So you can do this very quickly and very efficiently in Premiere Pro. Let's go ahead and load a clip into our source monitor, and we'll just take the top one, the bulbs at 60 frames per second. There we go. There's our clip. And just so you can kind of see everything in the same perspective as me, I'm going to stretch out so we can actually see this whole clip, and we're ready to bring it in. Now, normally when I drag a clip in, whether it's over here or directly to the timeline, it brings in both the video and the audio. Now, once again, if it doesn't match the sequence, I can always simply say change sequence settings, and that way all of my footage and my sequence will match exactly. This is useful if all your footage comes from the same source. If all your footage actually came from a variety of sources, the first clip you drop in should be whichever media you have the most of. Let's go ahead and drag in just the video. And this is really cool because instead of grabbing just the picture, I can go down here and there's two great little icons, a film strip and an audio waveform. And that's a pretty dead giveaway of what's going to happen. If I grab the film strip, you see there's a pop-up even as I touch it that says drag video only. and I can drag that and drop that onto my timeline, and the audio does not come along. And the same thing is true for audio. As a matter of fact, I can drag the audio, and it doesn't even have to be onto track 1. I can put the audio on any track that I want. And that's really great because now I don't have to go back and delete extra audio, or if I want to just use the ambience of the audio, I can bring that on by itself. So dragging and dropping is a very quick way of doing that, but a lot of you may be using keyboard shortcuts to bring your video and your audio into your timeline. Let me go ahead and select all of this with the marquee. I just lassoed it. I'm going to press the delete key. That would be the backspace key on a Windows machine, and now I have a clean timeline. So if I want to go ahead and use either the keyboard shortcut of, say, the period key, or even just dragging it left and right, it's going to again bring in both the video and the audio. If I want to just bring in the video, I need to turn off my audio track, and if I want to just bring in the audio, I need to turn off the video. Let's go ahead and bring the audio in first, and I do that by simply deactivating this track. Now, you need to be careful because if you have other tracks that are turned on, it's going to put the video on those tracks. So let's take a look at a perfect situation where nothing is turned on. I drag that over, and as you see, because nothing is highlighted here, only the audio comes in. If video 2 had been highlighted, when I drag it over, even though I turned off video 1, Adobe Premiere Pro thinks, oh, well, he just doesn't want it to go onto track 1, he wants it to go onto track 2, and it does bring in that clip with both the video and the audio, and they're still linked together. Let's go ahead and hit undo. The reason I go into such detail about that is because audio, by default, has 3 tracks that are turned on. So let me go ahead and set it to the way it was when we first started this movie, with 1 video track activated and 3 audio tracks activated. And if I think, oh, I just want the video, and I turn off this 1 audio track, as you see, just like when we dragged it to the timeline, it puts it in the second location. So you need to turn off all of these tracks, and I'll tell you, if all your tracks are turned on, that can be kind of cumbersome, time-consuming, and frustrating. Well, here's the trick. Instead of clicking on the tracks one at a time, hold down the Shift key and then click. That will deactivate all of your audio tracks, and then I can either target the specific track I want, or in this case, just go ahead, select my source monitor. I'm going to press the period key to do an override edit, and I bring in just my video. Another really good use of this skill set is sometimes you'll have video where you only have good audio on track 1, and track 2, nothing might have been recorded, or it might have been a scratch track, or you might have heard the producer. Well, that way you can actually bring in just the tracks that you want to work with. So as you see, being able to bring in the exact tracks that you want, whether it's video or audio, will save you a lot of time and energy down the road. When you're editing, it's really important to be able to sometimes isolate a clip or turn entire tracks on and off so you can see what's happening underneath. To explore this, I'm going to go ahead and change my workspace a little bit so you can actually see what I'm doing here. And I have a very basic edit. As a matter of fact, this is an early rough cut where I have 3 types of tracks. I have my narration track, which has actually both my narrator and my interviews, a B-roll track, and then a title track with some overlays, such as a temp title on my speaker, as well as a logo. Let me go ahead and bring that down a little bit. You can see, so I just wrote in Bill Smith for the time being, just as a placeholder. And we have the Connecticut logo. So we're good to go, and I have music, but the music isn't even balanced. As a matter of fact, if you take a listen, it's really fighting with the narrator as well as the ambient sound on the B-roll.
It's literally lighting up their lives.
So I'm not ready to do my audio mix, but I might want to be able to play something for my producer, and I don't want them to have to fight the music. So it's very easy to turn off the visibility of tracks, and by visibility, that can also work with audio. So think of visibility as seeing, and think of visibility as muting audio tracks. And to do that, I have the little eyeballs here, and so if I wanted to, say, turn off all of my titles because I just put them in as placeholders for me, I can simply go ahead and click on the eyeball, and as you see, it disappears from the viewer. It's still here in the timeline, so I don't have to worry about if I want to replace that with something else, but it's not distracting. Perhaps I also want to see what's happening underneath my B-roll. I could go ahead and turn off that track too, so now that's not visible. So being able to turn the visibility off on a track is great, as well as being able to turn off the audio. And this is great. I can turn this off temporarily, and now when I play it,
As if he's going to slow this.
I can actually hear what my narrator's saying, and more critically in my case, I can hear the ambience to see if the ambience is good ambience that I want in my show. And in this case, it was just the director and the cinematographer talking about the shot. So toggling these on and off is very easy. Just like we learned in the last movie, if I hold down the shift key and I just want to hear the narrator, I can turn off all my tracks at once and then click to turn the narrator on again. So remember, the shift key allows you to deactivate and reactivate all of your audio tracks and all of your video track when it comes to visibility. There's also situations where you don't want to turn off the entire track. You may just want to turn off the visibility of a single clip or the sound of a single audio file. I can do that by right-clicking on any clip and unchecking the word Enable. Now, this whole track is still live, but as you see, Bill Smith is grayed out, so it's not distracting my producer, but it still's there, and I can easily re-enable it when I'm ready. And we can do the same thing in audio. I can right-click on the audio track, and I can check or uncheck Enable. And there we go. I've muted just this music. Maybe there was something else on this track that I didn't want to hear. So as you can see, having complete control of what you see and what you hear, and what you don't see and what you don't hear, is important while editing. Now, another control that's very useful is locking tracks. Now, you actually don't see a lock here, and that's because it goes into this empty space. So if I click on that empty space, you see a little lock icon, and you see crosshatching here. This indicates that this track is locked and can't be changed. This is great if, say, you're cutting a music video and you don't want to accidentally slice and dice the audio because you know it's fixed. There's a lot of situations where you know you don't want to change the audio, or maybe you don't want to change the video. Maybe you definitely have a background video track that you're keying over and you don't want to accidentally modify that. And that's where track locking comes in, and it's really very useful. But there is a gotcha. A lot of people would think, oh, I don't want to bring in my audio on track 1 because I don't need it, but I want to bring in the video. So I'll just lock that track and perform my edit. Well, the way Premiere Pro works, it thinks that you still want to use your audio because you didn't deactivate it, and it tries to work smarter than you. So look what happens when I drag in this light bulb, and I can drag it over here or just drag it straight to the timeline. Take a look. It doesn't put it on audio track 1 because it's locked. It puts it on the next available unlocked track. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. It's great if you want to be able to control where things go by locking a track, but if you're using track locking because you don't want to bring your audio in, you have to do something a little more complex. So before we even drop that on, I'm going to go back to my track locking, and instead of locking them one at a time, I'm going to use that same trick of holding down the shift key. Now all of my audio tracks are locked, and I can go ahead and bring it over and, wait a second, I thought I locked all my tracks. Well, again, Premiere Pro is trying to help you, so it actually created a brand new track for that audio. So keep in mind, if you don't want the audio or the video to come in, locking a track is not the solution. It's track targeting, which we covered in an earlier movie. In this movie, we're going to address the concept of rendering, and first let me explain what rendering is all about. When you're editing and you're adding layers and layers of video, and you're adding effects and you're adding audio and you have big files, even the fastest computers can't do it all. So sometimes it actually has to take some time, calculate what a scene will look like, and actually write it down to the hard drive so it can refer to that later. That's what rendering is all about. Now, the great thing about Premiere Pro 6 is that you barely ever have to render. As a matter of fact, to show you how to render, I had to create a sequence which was way more complex than I ever would. So let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of key things you need to use and know when it comes to rendering. The first thing is, if you'll notice, there's a yellow and a red bar right at the top of my timeline. And the scary thing is that you assume traffic lights. Green is go, yellow's warning, and red is stop. So you think, oh my gosh, that means I'm not going to be able to play back this yellow stuff very well, and when I get to red, my machine's going to choke. Not the case at all. As a matter of fact, yellow plays back great, and red just says, we may drop a few frames, but we're still going to play back. And as a matter of fact, if I go ahead and hit the space bar, you'll see that this yellow will play.
Benefit Planet Earth.
I'm here at my well. I'm about a mile.
And even that red plays, and it may or may not be dropping a frame, and I actually don't know. So there's a really great feature in Premiere Pro 6 where I can actually turn on an overlay, and it's this flyout menu in the upper right-hand corner of my program monitor. And I'm just going to go down here and I'm going to say Show Drop Frame Indicator. And you'll see a little green dot that appears. And this dot will change from green to yellow to red. When it's green, it means that everything is good. No problem, you're not dropping any frames. If it starts dropping frames, you may get a warning, and that's the yellow. And then if it really starts choking, it turns red. Now let me go ahead and hit play, and you see even on this red,
For my house, what I feel right now coming through this pipe is 30.
I'm not dropping any frames. Now, I really put a lot of effects on here. I'm going to go ahead and change my workspace so you can see all the layers that I have. And I put a lot of filters and effects. I put this title sequence over here with a lot of effects. As a matter of fact, I disabled it because I wanted to be able to show you the yellow and the red lines, but I'm going to go ahead and turn this on, and there's probably 6 or 7 really complex filters all over this bug just so I could make the machine choke. And I'm going to go ahead and hit the space bar again.
35 gallons a minute of water that's taking care of my
Still
avocados
green.
in my home.
So I had a real hard time breaking real-time playback. I'm going to do one more thing, and please take note of this because if you've skipped the earlier movies, you may not be aware of this, but when it comes to the Mercury engine, there's 3 things that give you that real-time playback. Your processor speed, the amount of RAM you have, and we can look at it under our project settings. Under General, there's video rendering and playback, whether it uses the graphics card or not. So that graphics card is important. So make sure this is turned on if it's available, or if you don't have a fast enough graphics card, your only choice will be software only. And that's going to put more stress on the processor and more stress on your RAM, and you may get to the point where you will need to render. Let me go ahead and delete previews. I have this turned on. There's my green dot. Let's see if we can break it.
This is being pumped right now with solar technology.
The benefits of using
I think I have a flare on this farmer here. So let me go ahead and play
About a mile
that.
from my house. What I feel right now coming through this pipe is 35 gallons a minute of water that's taking care of my avocados in my home. This is being pumped.
As you see, this machine, which only has 6 gigabytes of RAM, is still not dropping frames. So I want to point out one more thing that you can control if you start getting drop frames, or in my case, to make it drop frames. And that is when I play it back, am I doing it at full resolution, half, a quarter, and then if you're working with really high def footage or some of that 4 or 5K footage, and that's jargon for really big footage for movies, you can drop to an 1/8 or a 16th resolution. So let's bring it up to full resolution and see if we can drop a frame there. So take a look at that green dot.
Well, I'm about a mile from my house.
There we go.
What I feel right now coming through this pipe.
And you see
35
it's a
gallons
little
minute of
stuttery
water.
here. So if you get to the point where you're actually seeing some stuttering playback, and you saw how hard it was for me to make my playback stutter, you have to do something called rendering. And that's what I want to show you how to do, and it's really easy. You just need to know a couple of key pieces of information. If you've worked with any other Adobe product before, you might be familiar with the term workspace. And that's that area with the yellow line here and the little yellow line here. So that's kind of like the range of where your workspace is. It can go beyond your timeline, or it can be only part of your timeline. Now, for an editor, I usually like to control what I render from, say, an in to an out point. So one of the things I'm going to change is in this flyout menu is I'm going to turn off the work area bar. Before I turn that off, let me just slide right over because I'm going to show you where we render from. And there we go, render, and render effects in work area or render entire work area. That's the default, okay? Now, as soon as I turn this off and I say, don't show me my work area, there it disappeared. Now if I go to my sequence, render effects in to out is my option. And then there's render in to out. Now, it seems kind of confusing, but this will render only effects. So if you put filters and effects on your clips, it only will render those parts of the clip. Render in to out is everything, and that may be really useful if you're doing multicam or you're in a situation where your video footage, even without effects, is causing stuttering playback. Let's go ahead and simply mark an in and an out point in a very small area where we know we were dropping frames. Go ahead, select render in to out. You can see there's a keyboard shortcut. It's simply the enter key. And it's going to go ahead and it's going to render them pretty quick. Now, I turned off my GPU or my graphics card, so had that been turned on, Premiere Pro would have even used that to help it render that much faster. So you see, it turned now from red to absolute green, and when I play that back, there won't be any drop frames at all.
Mile from my house. What I feel right now coming through this pipe.
Now, don't panic that you're seeing yellow with the green bar. That's left over because I started playback in the red section. But because I have the green bar, instead of doing all the calculations on the fly, it's actually looking at a little file that it created with all of these effects combined, and it's looking at that little temporary movie instead of doing all the math as it plays back. So as you see, it's really important to understand the advantages of rendering. Now, as we go forward in the course, we're going to be learning how to work with video effects and transitions and color correction, and you may find that you'll need to render to see playback at full speed. As you've been editing and as we've been going through these movies, every time I've made a mistake or you've done something by accident, we know that we can always undo something by hitting Command-Z or Control-Z on a Windows machine, or I can just go under the Edit menu and there we go, undo and redo. So I can step back in time to fix a problem. But sometimes you don't want to sit there and go undo, 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 and you're not even sure when you made this mistake or what workflow you did when you edited. Well, there's a wonderful feature in Premiere Pro called History. You can get to that in the same location where your project panel is located. And I'm going to just scroll over to the right here. I'm just going to grab this little slider and scroll over to the right. And there you go. You can see there's a History panel. And the beautiful thing about this is I can look back at everything I've done in my edit, and I can even go back to when I opened the show. So if I suddenly discover that I've thrown something out of sync or something is really whacked in my edit, I can go back and see where that might have happened and just jump to that point in time and then start moving forward. So for instance, let's say I go back to create smartphone MP4. I actually got rid of all of these edits and I can continue on from there, creating a new timeline or a new history from that point on. If I jump back too far, the beauty is before I make any changes, I can still jump forward and start modifying where I want to hop back in. Now keep in mind, I'm going to go back here to create smartphone. So I've kind of gone back in time before I've made any of these mistakes. If I make a new edit at this point, I'm just going to grab the narrator and throw her soundbite in. You see all the history that happened after the overwrite is now gone, and I start working from that point forward. So understand the advantage of history, and this is absolutely amazing, but also realize you can't just have two parallel worlds living at the same time. Once you go back to a certain point in time and start editing again, that's a new history that's going to be written. So take a quick look at your history. The history does get reset when you save and quit, so don't think you can come back 3 days later, open up a project, and see your complete history from your previous edit session. When you quit the program, the next time you start working on that project, think of your history as a fresh start. Throughout this course, I've been telling you some keyboard shortcuts to help make your editing more efficient. Well, there are some instances where there is no keyboard shortcut for something you do a lot, or perhaps by reflex you want a different shortcut because you're used to going to a certain location when editing. Well, you can easily add or modify any keyboard shortcuts in Premiere Pro 6. And to do that, you need to go to the Premiere Pro drop-down menu on a Mac, and underneath Preferences, you'll see there's an option for keyboard shortcuts. And if you're working on a Windows machine, it will be under the Edit menu at the very bottom. that's where we found the preferences option, and that's where you're going to find keyboard shortcuts to change that on a Windows machine. Now let's go ahead and open up the keyboard shortcuts menu. Now this will look exactly the same whether you're on a PC or a Mac. And what I really like about this is I can find out what the keyboard shortcut is for an action that I do all the time, or I can create one if it doesn't exist. Before we go and do that, I want to point out something that's really cool with Premiere Pro 6, and that is if you've played with another nonlinear editing system such as Final Cut Pro or the Avid system, you can actually import those keyboard shortcuts. And if you came from Premiere Pro 5.5 and you're used to those keyboard shortcuts, you can import them also. So you can actually switch back and forth depending on what you've used prior to this. Now, personally, I recommend sticking to the default keyboard shortcuts and learning those, and then adding ones that you need as you go along. So that's what we're going to do. Now, if I'm looking to change a keyboard shortcut or find out if there already is one, I can simply type in what that shortcut might be. So perhaps I'm looking for a trimming shortcut. So I'm going to type in the word trim. And as you see, it gives me a list of all the trimming shortcuts that are available. And it's specific to whether I'm in a certain window or in the sequence or just globally. So remember, a lot of shortcuts are panel or window specific. Now, there is a great keyboard shortcut that I use all the time that doesn't exist in Premiere Pro 6 yet. So we're going to go ahead and add that. And in this case, it's ripple trim, next edit to playhead, and ripple trim, previous edit to playhead. And I'll show you what they do. I'm going to go ahead, and if you watched an earlier movie, one of my favorite keyboard shortcuts was the extend edit key, which is E. And so to the left and right of that are the W and the R key. So since next playhead is to the right and the R key is to the right of the E key, I'm going to go ahead and make this a keyboard shortcut of the letter R. And there's nothing assigned to the letter R, so it didn't give me a warning. And then I'm going to go ahead to the previous one, double click that, and type W. Now, I want to show you what happens if I try to create a keyboard shortcut and it's already assigned. And I know, for instance, that looping is something I like to do sometimes when I'm editing, which basically plays the same in and out point or the same part of the clip over and over again so I can adjust my edit. And I like to have a keyboard shortcut for that. So maybe the L key would be appropriate. Now, again, this is something that is specific to the different panels, so you want to make sure you pick the right location. So in this case, I'm going to do it in my source panel. So maybe I just want to loop from my in to my out. So I'm going to go ahead and select that, double click it to make it active, and I'm going to go ahead and press the L key. Well, the L key is already in use by JKL, so it warns me. It doesn't want me to accidentally overwrite this shortcut. So let me go ahead and try something different. I'm going to go ahead and delete that L. I'm going to say clear just to be safe, open up that loop, and I'm on a Macintosh, so I'm going to go ahead and hit Command L. And because it's not being used on my system, it will accept that as a keyboard shortcut. Now, you'll notice that I no longer am in the default Premiere Pro 6 keyboard shortcuts. I've modified it. So I can go ahead and I can save this as one of my favorites, and I can simply click Save As, or I can just leave it this way and it will be default as the custom. Since this is temporary, I'm going to just leave this as custom, and I'm going to press OK. Now, let me show you how cool this keyboard shortcut is. So normally we'd play, and if I didn't extend edit, I need to go ahead and click on the edge. We learned all of that in a previous movie, but let's say I just wanted to trim off the end of this clip. I play up to here, and I know after that, I want to delete everything to the right. Well, that's that great new keyboard shortcut I created, which is the letter R. If I press R, it just trims everything off to the right and closes that space. This is awesome when you just want to really clean up an edit, or you're doing audio work and you need to take out pauses. I'm going to do the reverse of that. I'm going to go ahead and move my playhead over here and hit the W key. That's to the left of the E, or to the left of my extend edit. And in that case, I trimmed off the head of the clip. Let me go ahead and show you that here. It'll probably be a little more dramatic, but I'll park the playhead. It's going to cut everything off here and slide it over as a ripple delete. I'm going to go ahead and hit the W key, and the whole beginning of that clip is now gone. So as you can see, creating custom keyboard shortcut that increases your productivity is a great thing to think about, and even better, a great thing to do. Another great feature of Adobe Premiere Pro 6 is the use of buttons. Now, you can add more buttons or you can get rid of all your buttons depending on how you work. So let's take a quick look at how we can modify the button bar in both the source panel and the program panel. Now, it works exactly the same way in both, so we're just going to look at one. And to do that, if you notice, we do have a series of transport controls that if I hover my mouse over them, I can find out what they do. And a lot of people like having a button that they can just click on. Sometimes they wish they had different buttons, and if you want to modify your buttons, you simply go over to the plus sign here, click on it, and you get a choice of other buttons that you can bring in, or if there's a button that you never use, you can throw that away. So for instance, let's say that you don't ever use either of these buttons here, the insert or the overwrite button. So I can simply drag those off and they're gone. I also have spacer bars. So if I wanted to add some new buttons, I'm going to go ahead and put my own spacer bar down there. And I like to be able to turn on safe margin. So I want to be able to know if something is outside of TV safe. And I also like looping. We actually created a looping keyboard shortcut earlier, but I want a button for that. And then I can simply press OK. And as you see, I have all of my new buttons available to me. Now, I can always step back inside and reset the layout. But what happens if I actually put more buttons on here than I have space for? So I'm going to just go ahead and just start dragging a lot of buttons down. As you see, it will actually create a second line for me. I think I've used almost all the buttons that I can. I'm going to put a couple more spacers in just to really make it look cluttered. And I'll go ahead and click OK. And as you see, it gives me a second line. If I dynamically start resizing my window, it will adapt as necessary. And if I stretch this out, we're good to go. So there we go. I'm starting to squeeze that smaller. And as you see, there's only room for 6 buttons, but it does give me the option to actually go to a drop-down menu where the other buttons are. Let's go ahead and reset our workspace so it looks normal again. And I want to show you that I can reset this very easily back to the default, and I can kick in OK. So making buttons is pretty easy, but for some of you, you're masters of the keyboard shortcut, and you don't want to be distracted by these buttons at all. And you can go ahead to the drop-down or the flyout menu, and you can simply turn off transport controls. So you can go ahead and turn the buttons off completely and not even have them in your interface. So I love the fact you can have as many buttons as you want. You can have the specific buttons that you want. And if you don't want to be distracted by buttons at all, you can simply turn them off in either the source panel, the program panel, or both. In this chapter, we're going to explore working with audio. Not only how you can interpret it, but how you can also work with the levels and mix it together. But before we get deep into working with audio, I just want to show you a couple of things you may want to be able to check out. One is if you right-click on any clip in your project panel, you can actually find out details about that file. So I'm going to click on Properties, and we can see that the audio here is a compressed stereo format. And Premiere Pro is very flexible. It can use a variety of audio formats, whether they're encoded with video, like these files are as MP4 files, or if they're AIFF or WAV or MP3 files. Now, all the files we're working with are stereo, and I want to show you what happens when we actually bring clips into our timeline, and if it interprets them wrong, how you can quickly fix that. So the first thing I want to do is I want to double-click to load the music file in so you can see that you can look at a waveform of your audio. Now, this is a stereo file, so we have the left channel on the top part and the right channel on the bottom part, and I can easily scrub through that and listen to it. Now, by default, we generally work with our audio in the same frame rate as our video, which is 24 frames a second or 30 frames a second. So as I step through my audio, it moves at 1/30th of a second at a time. Some people want a lot more control over their audio editing, and I can go to this flyout menu, and instead of viewing my audio as time code or as frames, I can do it as audio time units. If you notice, this changed right here, and now I'm actually looking at the sample rate, and I can do subframe editing of my audio. I can go to incredible detail. For most of what you're doing, you'll probably want to keep it on frames, so let's go ahead and uncheck Show Audio Time Units. but that is important to know if you really want to do fine-tune editing. I'm going to go ahead and load a video clip into our source monitor, and you're used to seeing this if you've been watching all the other movies. But there's another way I can look at this audio. As a matter of fact, let's specifically go look at an interview clip. Let's go ahead and double-click on the interview with Brian on camera and load that into our source monitor. Now, we've seen this before, and I can scrub through and listen to him talk and see him speak, but one of the other options I have is to go to that same flyout menu that we just looked at, and instead of looking at our composite video, we can actually look at the audio waveform. And sometimes when I'm cutting narration, it's a lot easier to mark my in and out points against the waveform than it is to try to watch his lips move. And then I can simply switch back to my composite video, and I still have the same in and out points. The other thing I want you to notice, and I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the waveform, is his audio is truly stereo. So when it was brought in, it came in as a stereo track, and everything's going to work just fine. What would happen if I bring that track down into my timeline? Let's go ahead and switch back to our traditional view, and I'm simply going to grab and drag and drop. Now, we know it's a stereo track, and I'm going to go ahead and hit the plus key to zoom in a little bit, hit the backslash key to fit to window, and it appears as if I only have a single track. But let's go ahead and click that disclosure triangle, and you can see that both audio tracks were actually brought in and put as a stereo track onto the first audio track. So Premiere is pretty flexible. It knows it's a stereo track, but it doesn't want to use up and waste a lot of my space. But what if the track wasn't stereo? What if it was dual mono? What if I had one microphone pinned to him and the other one was the camera mic, and I wanted to be able to work with them separately? Well, I'm going to go ahead and cheat a little bit. I'm going to go back to the second interview, B, and I'm going to right-click. And before we looked at the properties, but there's also the opportunity to modify the audio differently than Premiere interpreted it. So I'm going to simply go to Audio Channels, and it says use the file. And instead of saying use file, I'm going to say switch to mono. Now, when I select that, I want you to take a look at what happens down here. It actually assigns the left channel to audio 1 and now the right channel to audio 2. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK and drag this same clip. I'll load it in the viewer so you can see what it looks like. This is a wide shot, so it looks a little different. But if we look at the audio waveform, we still see these two tracks, but it's not stereo. Let's go ahead and grab that and drag that and drop it into the timeline. Take a look at what happened here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out. It assumed that it was two tracks. I have my lavalier track, or the microphone that I have pinned on him, and then I have the second track, which was the camera mic, and I can now work with these independently. So that's the flexibility that Premiere Pro offers you. You can actually work with stereo, mono, even 5:1 tracks, and you can export out any type of video that you want. Mono if you're going to the web and you want to make sure that it's a small file, stereo, or even a 5:1 mix. We'll look more at mixing our audio in upcoming movies. There are several places that you can adjust the audio files in Premiere Pro 6. In the source monitor, directly in your timeline, and then in an audio mixer. Let's take a look at how we can actually adjust a clip's levels in the source monitor. So once the clip has been placed in your timeline, and we did this in the previous movie, we actually made both a stereo version and a dual mono version of this clip, I can simply double click to load that clip back into the viewer. Now, there's the video, and we've looked at the audio before, but what I want to introduce is this panel called Effects Control. So we're going to step over into the Effects Control panel, and as you see, there's two categories, video effects and audio effects. And as a matter of fact, these are always there no matter what you've done to the clip. So these are there by default, and I can modify the volume of a clip. And let me go ahead and hit these disclosure triangles. Channel volume, which basically means instead of doing globally the level of the entire clip, I could actually control the volume of the left channel and the right channel because this is stereo. And I can even control the panning, which is the balance between is it coming out of the left speaker, the right speaker, or out of the center speaker. And it's as simple as grabbing this virtual slider and moving your panner right and left. Now, you may have noticed that a little diamond has just popped up here, and that's called a keyframe, and we'll explore that later because it actually allows you to raise and lower the volume as he's speaking and kind of roll with it on the fly, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn keyframing off by just clicking on this little stopwatch. And it tells me it's going to lose every single one of those keyframes. And that's fine because for right now, I just want the global level to go up and down, or the global volume. So if I hit the space bar to play,
get up every morning and go to work,
I can actually see my audio levels on the bottom right corner of the screen.
so that I can benefit planet Earth.
So if I take this all the way down to minus 287.5 dB, which is a rather arbitrary number, we can see from the audio meters, when we play that one clip, it's only going to hear the right channel. Let me go ahead and reset this back to 0 because I want to show you what happens if you have a dual mono clip and you want to work with the volume. So let's go ahead and move our playhead on top of that clip, double click to load it in the viewer, and switch over to the Effects Control tab again. Now you'll notice, because this is dual mono, instead of having one single control for one audio track, I actually can control each track independently, and I have different choices because this is dual mono versus stereo. So that's just something to keep in mind. So you may want to adjust your audio levels in the source panel before you start working with them in the timeline. We're going to look at working with them in the timeline in the next movie. In this movie, we're going to look at adjusting our audio levels directly in the timeline. Now, if you take a look at this, this is a rough cut. I have my B-roll in here, and as well as the narrator sound bites and my interview sound bites. I haven't added any music. And as a matter of fact, I've even removed all the ambient sound off of my B-roll because most of that was the director talking to the director of photography, and it was all useless anyway. So by removing that, it's better to have no ambient sound versus ambient sound popping in and out throughout my show. Now we're going to add music in a moment, but I want to make sure that all of my audio levels are equal. So I'm going to go ahead and play the narrator's soundbite.
It's happening all over.
And notice on the right side, we have our audio level meter. And if you want, you can actually drag and make that bigger.
Over the world.
But I'm going to go ahead and leave it back pretty much at its default size.
Every day people are harnessing the power of the sun, and it's literally lighting up their lives.
Now, she's averaging her maximum peak at about minus 6 dB. And that's good for this program that I'm going to deliver. It's going to go to the web, and my client wanted it to be pretty loud. For some broadcast situations, peaking at minus 12 or minus 18 is going to be what they want. So before you start editing, you should find out from your client where it's going to be shown so you can choose what level to mix all your music and audio to. But minus 6 is perfect for what we're doing. So I like the way she sounds. Let's go ahead and listen to our next soundbite, which is the interview of the installer.
I've installed over 100 photovoltaic systems in my career, and I am proud to get up.
Well, I can see immediately that his audio is too loud. As a matter of fact, if you ever see it peak into the red, that's a warning that your levels are way too high and that it's actually going to get distorted. So I need to reduce the volume here. Now I'm going to do two things. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit with the plus key so you can actually see closer what I'm working on. And I do want to point out that you should be able to see your audio waveforms and this yellow line. Now, if you don't, go over here to the left side of your timeline and make sure that under Set Display Style, you'll click on that it says Show Waveform. If that's unchecked, or it's actually will be checked with Show Name Only, go ahead and switch back to Show Waveform. Next to that is another drop-down, and you want to click on that, and you want to make sure it says Show Clip Keyframes. If it says Show Track Keyframes or Hide Keyframes, you want to change that because if it says Hide Keyframes, you don't even see that yellow line here, so you can't adjust your audio. So let's go back here, switch it to Show Clip Keyframes, and we'll look at Track Keyframes in the next movie. So now that we're all on the same page, I just want to lower my audio levels, and I can simply grab this yellow line and drag it down. Now, if you want to see a little more detail, you can actually change the height of this by clicking in between Audio 1 and Audio 2 and just dragging it down, and now I can really see more detail and I can have more fine control. I'm going to go ahead and bring this down. I don't know, I'm going to take an arbitrary guess of about 3 or 4 dB, and let's listen and look at our audio meters.
I've installed over 100 photovoltaic systems in my career, and I am proud to get up every...
Well, sometimes when you're editing, serendipity happens, and that was actually the perfect amount to bring it down. If you noticed, it doesn't peek into the red, and it actually cuts perfectly with the next soundbite of the close-up of Brian's interview. So this is perfect, and I'm going to move ahead to the next clip, which is the farmer clip. Now, if I press the H key, which switches my cursor to a hand, I can simply grab my timeline and scroll down and find exactly where the farmer starts talking, and now go ahead and hit the V key, our selection tool, so we can go ahead and listen and adjust the farmer's levels.
House, what I feel right now.
He has the same challenge that I did with Brian's interview, so I'm going to again go ahead and bring this down and listen.
Coming through this pipe is
Now, one thing you can do in Adobe Premiere Pro 6 is I can actually play and move this line at the same time. So I don't have to keep going back and forth. So let's go ahead and hit the space bar to play, and I'll adjust my audio level on the fly.
here at my well. I'm about a mile from my house. What I feel right now coming through this pipe is 35 gallons a minute.
And that sounds and looks pretty good. And I can continue to go ahead and adjust all my audio, and feel free to do this if you have the exercise files. So I would go through and adjust to make sure everything peaks at about the same level, which in this case is hovering a little bit above and a little bit below minus 6 dB. I'm going to press the backslash key so we can see our whole timeline, and I can go through and I can adjust the audio level in each of these cases to be exactly what I need it to be. So once you get all these audio levels neutral, we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring in our music, and we're going to make that neutral also. So let's go ahead and grab the edge here, and I'm going to bring that up so we have a little space on audio too. And I can bring the audio in of our music. Go ahead to the media browser and import the music from the media folder. So we'll go back to the media browser. We'll find the folder where the media is stored, and we'll go to our home directory. I put it on my desktop in the exercise folder down under media. If you watch the movie on how to use the exercise files, you'll know that everything is stored in the media folder, which you may have placed on your desktop or on your media drive. So I'm going to go into the media folder. I'm going to find that audio file of the music, which is right here. Double click on it. Now, when you double click on a file in the media browser, it loads it into the source monitor so you can preview it. And this is the piece that I want. So as soon as I drag this from the source monitor into my timeline, it's going to create a copy of this clip in my project file. So there we go. There it is. Hope environment. And I now have the audio file in my timeline. Now, I don't see the waveform and I don't see the yellow line. And primarily this is because I do not have this track expanded. So I'm going to go ahead, click on expand track, and I'm going to move my slider up a little bit so we can see the waveform of both the video with attached audio and our music only clip. We're going to go ahead and hit the space bar to hear how the music sounds against the voices.
The water that's taking care of my avocados in my home. This is being pumped right now with solar technology.
Well, obviously it's competing with the audio of them speaking, so I want to bring the level down, and I can do that exactly like we did earlier by simply clicking and dragging and bringing the audio down till it's underneath their voices.
In my career, and I am proud to get up every morning and go to work.
And once again, we can do that on the fly.
I'm here at my well. I'm about a mile from my house. What I feel right now coming through this pipe is 35 gallons a minute of water that's taking care of my avocado.
Well, that actually sounds pretty good. It's not competing with them. It's kind of supporting them. It moves the piece along. But there is one problem. It's perfect when people are talking. But when I'm just looking at the B-roll, that's pretty soft. I want the volume to come up. And that's where keyframing comes in. And keyframing actually allows me to ramp the audio up and down so that when nobody's speaking, I can make it louder, and when people are speaking, I can bring it down. Well, to create a keyframe, you can switch to the pen tool, or on the Macintosh, hold down the Command key, or in Windows, hold down the Control key, and then when you click on the line, you actually see a small diamond. So I'm going to go ahead and click and create actually several small diamonds. I'm going to create 4 because I want to have breakpoints, and once I create 4 of these little dots, I can actually put my cursor in the middle and bring up the volume of just that area underneath the B-roll. So I can make this much louder when no one is speaking. Now let's go ahead and listen to our audio.
Literally lighting up their lives.
I've installed over 100.
Now that I got the volume up where I want it to be, I can actually control how I ease in and ease out of that by simply grabbing any of these keyframes, and I'm going to have it ramp up as she's finishing speaking so that it's up to full volume. So you see, you can not only move the volume levels up and down, but once you've created keyframes, you can move them left and right to control the ramping of volume up and down. Let's go ahead and listen to that ramp one more time.
Of the sun, and it's literally lighting up their lives.
Much better. The music comes in just as she's finishing, and that really smooths out the edit. So as you can see, it's very easy to add keyframes and reposition keyframes, and this is something that you may also use in an interview section. For instance, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. So if I was interviewing the farmer, and at one point it got really soft and I didn't quite hear what he said, or maybe he coughed, I could go ahead and again hold down the Command key, put in a couple of keyframes, and bring down the audio of this little background noise, and I can make the audio sound exactly how I want it to be. So keyframing audio in your timeline is the best way to manipulate the levels between, say, your narrator, your ambience, and your music. Now, in the previous movie, we learned how to keyframe our audio directly in the timeline, but you can also mix your audio using what's called the audio mixer. Now, this is in the upper left-hand corner of your screen where you're finding the source monitor, and you can click on a tab called Audio Mixer, and then this is our edited sequence. That's just the sequence that we're looking at. And I see sliders, and I will see sliders for every audio track that is in my show. So in this case, we're only working with 2 tracks to keep it simple, but if you have 5 or 6 tracks, you'll actually see sliders for every track that's available in your final timeline. Now, I can go ahead and I can hit the space bar and play this and take a look at what happens here.
It's happening all over the world. Every day people are harnessing the power of the sun, and it's literally lighting up their lives.
So if you notice, we can look at our levels and we see where she's speaking and we see what the general volume level of our entire timeline is. Now, I want to mix this another way. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to reset these sliders all the way back to their defaults. And to do that, I'm simply going to double click to load that back into the viewer, go over to our effects control. We saw this in an earlier movie, and switch to volume and just bypass this. If I toggle the animation off, it's going to warn me that I'll lose all my keyframes, and that's exactly what I want to do. I want to just reset it. I'm going to say OK, and now we have our levels back at their default. Switching back to the audio mixer, now if I go ahead and play this sequence,
It's happening all over the world.
We can see that the music is at a full level. And what I want to do is I just want to watch my show and ride my levels. So I'm going to switch this over here from read, which is like, I just want to look at what's happening, to actually write. And now we'll go back. We'll simply hit the space bar to play. I'm going to make sure we go back all the way to the beginning. And I'm going to bring my levels down just a little bit to start and keep my mouse right on this slider because that's the one I really care about.
It's happening all over the world. Every day people are harnessing the power of the sun, and it's literally lighting up their lives.
And I can actually listen, and I wouldn't do this in real life, but just to show you, I can move this up and down, and it's going to record the automation of those sliders. Now, as soon as I stop, there's all my animation. Or is it? This is the tricky thing that confuses a lot of folks. If you saw in the earlier movie, when we said show keyframes, we showed the keyframes for the clip. What I want to do is I want to show the keyframes for the track. There is all my animation. You may be asking yourself, why would I want to keyframe the volume on the clip and then go and keyframe the volume on the track afterwards? Well, this is actually a really cool feature for a couple of reasons. First of all, you can do a preliminary mix in your timeline by keyframing all the clips, and then you can do a global mix when working with the tracks, kind of as a last pass. But another thing that's really cool is, suppose I wanted to swap out this music, and I mix my levels perfectly to go against my narration and my ambience. Well, what I can do is simply put a new cut of music in, and Adobe Premiere Pro remembers all the keyframing for that track, so I don't have to do that work over again. Here's another really cool thing I can do. The music is perfect in that I like the choice, but I really want it to end when the show ends. So I need to do a slip edit. So I'm going to go ahead and perform a slip edit, and I want you to see what happens to these keyframes that are on the track side. I'm going to double click this to load this into the viewer and switch over to the viewer so we can actually see our audio. So we're looking at the beginning of the clip, and if I want to do a slip edit, I'm just going to go ahead and grab these 3 little vertical lines, and I'm keeping the same in and out points, but I'm choosing a different part of my music, and it's going to end where the music fades out. And you saw down here, the audio jumped. So now if I play the end,
The sun and power up.
it times out beautifully, but I haven't lost those really cool keyframes. Well, actually, they're probably not really cool keyframes. It's a little bit crazy, but take a listen.
And it's literally lighting up their lives.
So being able to control track keyframes as well as clip keyframes is very powerful and something you should take advantage of in Adobe Premiere Pro. Markers are an extremely useful tool when editing if you want to make notes directly on the video to either say color correct something or go back and make a change, or for instance, even if you want to line up video with other video or with audio. Now, let's create a marker and you'll have a better sense of what a marker is. So I'm going to go through and I'm watching this video.
Sun, and it's literally lighting up.
When she says literally lighting up, I want to make a little note in my timeline that that's where I want to bring in a video clip. I want to bring in a video clip of the light bulb. So I want to create a marker there. I can do it very easily by pressing the M key, which creates a marker. Or if I like buttons, I could go ahead and click on this little add marker button. And when I do that, it's going to go ahead and create a marker in my timeline. And I see that little green triangle here. Kind of looks like home plate in baseball. Now, I can modify or edit that marker by simply double-clicking on it, and it opens up a dialog box. And I can do a couple things here. I can give the marker a name if I wanted to, and the name can be, Start B-roll. And under comments, I think there's a bulb shot, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say light bulb. Now, you don't have to fill these in, but it's kind of nice to give yourself some notes. I want to point out that we're using markers here in the editing capacity to write ourselves notes, but you can actually use markers if you're creating or authoring a DVD for chapters, and you can actually create web links and flash cue points if you're creating video that's going to go to the web. But for now, comment markers are what we're going to focus on. So I'm simply going to press OK, and I've labeled this marker, and when I bring my cursor over that marker, I can actually float my cursor and it says Start B-roll. That's the note for me that I wrote above, and it also says what my B-roll is. So you can actually see both of those notes that I wrote. Now, the thing about a timeline marker is if I grab this clip and I move it, that still stays there. So now it's kind of obsolete because she says light down here. So another place I could put a marker if I didn't want to put it in the timeline is I can actually put it on a clip. Now, to put it on a clip, you need to double click to load the clip back into your source monitor, and then I can find the spot where she says light. And I can do that by listening and watching, but we learned earlier that you can also look at the audio waveform, and it might be easier for me to find the spike where she says light. There we go. That's the spike where she says light, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to hit the M key. I could hit the little button right here, but this time I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut, M, and it creates a marker. And I'm going to go ahead and double click on that, and I can write myself the same note, which is the word light, and I'm going to write good cut point, and simply say OK. So as we see, that is now revealed down here in the timeline, precisely where she says the word light. Now, if I wanted to remove any markers, I can either double click on a marker, select it, and go delete. And underneath the marker drop-down menu, I could also go ahead and clear all markers, and in this case I don't have any, or just the current marker. Now, you'll notice that this is grayed out, and you may be asking yourself, well, he does have a marker down here. Markers are independent between the timeline and clips. So if I needed to clear the clip marker, either I double click on it or select the clip, and now I can go down here and clear the current marker or all markers. So remember, it's context sensitive based upon whether you're working in the timeline or have an individual clip selected. So as you can see, creating markers and removing markers is pretty easy. We're going to go ahead and leverage those markers in the next movie to show how you can make some really precisely timed edits. In the previous movie, we learned how to create markers in both the timeline and in individual clips. Now we're going to go ahead and create a couple of additional markers and use these markers beyond just writing notes to yourself and use them to fine-tune and make precise edits. We placed a marker on the narrator on the word light, so what I want to do is go to the bulb clip, and I'm going to double-click to load that into the source panel, and then I'm going to scrub through right until the light turns on. Just as the light turns on, I'm going to hit the M key and create a marker. Now, I know what I'm going to use that for, so I'm not going to go ahead and label that. I'm just using it as a point of reference. So when I look at this clip in my timeline, I know exactly when the light turns on. The other thing I want to do is I want to put a marker inside my music, and that's really useful also. So I'm going to double click to load the music in and go over here to when we have a little bit of a spike. And I'm going to go ahead and just place my cursor there and hit play. I like where that music picks up, and I'm going to actually make an edit on that. I could zoom in and get a lot more detail. About right there is where it picks up. So again, I'm going to hit the M key, and I'm going to leverage the fact that I know exactly where the music spikes for cutting this first little sequence together. Let's go back to the light bulb, and we want to bring the light bulb in right where she says light, and I'm going to just arbitrarily mark an in point before and an out point after. The length is about 5 seconds, probably a little bit too long, but we'll fix that in a moment. And I'm going to drag this right down to the timeline and just kind of drop it anywhere. So that's where the light turns on, and that's where she says the word light. So this is pretty cool. I don't have to sit there, and I don't want to cut to it as the light turns on. So I'm going to go ahead and stretch that a little bit and stretch that a little bit longer. And my goal is to grab this little marker and have it snap to the other marker. And I'm going to move this out of the way so we can really see our markers. And I'm going to go ahead, and if I drag it, you notice if snapping is turned on, it like a magnet pops right there. Now let's play this back and see how it looks.
It's literally lighting up their lives.
That's cool. It lights up just when she says lights up. Now, I do have a little problem here. I did forget and brought in the ambient sound. So we learned earlier that if you hold down the Option key on a Mac, I can select just my audio and go ahead and delete that. So now we actually have the light bulb turning on without the director talking.
It's literally lighting up their lives.
So that's pretty cool. I have the perfect timing for lighting up their lives, and I can start or end this whenever I want, but I've matched the action with what she's saying. Now, the other thing I did was I added a marker to my music right at that crescendo. So again, double click to load this into the viewer. I'm going to mark an in point right before the music comes up. I don't care about the out point. I'm going to add a lot of B-roll there. And I want to bring this into my timeline, so I'm going to simply grab the audio and drop it down. Now, if you notice, even when I bring it to the timeline, because I have that marker there, I could let go and have the music crescendo when she says the word light. So let's see what that sounds like.
The sun, and it's literally lighting up their lives.
Well, not exactly what I wanted, because it's the crescendo's coming, but it's different than what I hear in the music, and it's not working for me. So watch what I can do.
Lighting up their lives.
Well, I like that crescendo right there for the cut. So I'm going to go ahead and double click on this, load it into the viewer, put a new marker in, and now I can go ahead and I can slide this over and lock this marker here, the crescendo, to when we're going to cut to this really cool time-lapse shot. Mark an in point. I love this shot. We're going to take as much of it as possible. Mark an out point. I'm going to go ahead and grab just the video in this case, before we grab just the audio, and drag that right to my timeline. So we have this beautiful sunset shot. And let's take a look and listen to our cut.
Literally lighting up their lives.
I like that just as this blooms, that's where I hear that crescendo. And probably what I'll do is I would go to this audio and bring down the audio levels so it doesn't step on what she's talking about. I'm going to just use this as a trim option here. And now we just trim off the beginning and we're good to go.
And it's literally lighting up their lives.
As you see, using markers in both your clips and on the timeline allows you to precisely edit what you want, where you want.